Oh, so you've had a lot of time. Oh, really? Well, we don't have any of that on ours. Oh, really? Did you have the authority upon the firm? Yeah. Right there. Yes. Yeah, because mine come across, do you want to do it? And I put yes. And then the screen came on.
Do that last.
You know, and I just canceled it out to open it up.
I don't have a TV.
You know, I'm not there, we don't have computers, so I don't think
I would love it. I'm sorry, slow down. They're supposed to have meetings with the neurologist, but they're back up so far. It was so bad. Made me feel really good. But only that right? Disney World and Disney Cruise.
oh, you better shop.
And, you know, I never had any of these problems. And now all of a sudden I do. I'm a hardcore patient. I have no patience. Oh, why can't I?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, it's been fun. And it should be just interesting.
Did you have any discussion about trying to get cash?
Luckily, I came in the other way. Because the medicines are making me walk more again. And I should. Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
Thanks, folks. Just need that one.
you.
I got a little bit of people on the game, but I wanted to wear this shirt because people were rich to say, me and him. Okay, and you guys are good. I'll get
Okay, I'm showing 6:33. If I can get everybody in their seats, we'll get the meeting started. I apologize for starting a little late. If I've never said this before, and I know that Ms. Snyder and also Ms. Cheater are extremely strong people, but I had actually no idea how strong until this challenge with my back has come up. There's nothing to say the least. Okay, City Council meeting, October 11, 2010, now come to order. These member times that I've indicated are approximate. Start times only. Please turn off all cell phones and papers. For the duration of the meeting, will the city clerk please call the roll? And my light is not blinking.
Correct. We will have it.
Thank you.
Are you flashing now?
I am flashing now.
Thank you. Mayor Nassau?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Snyder?
Here.
Sorry. Thank you. Councilman Moreno?
Here.
Councilman Benson?
Here.
Councilwoman Marshall? Here. Councilwoman Cheater?
Here.
Councilman Johnson?
Here.
Councilman McIntyre?
Here.
Councilman Wolf?
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Isn't that nice? Every single person.
audience please rise for a moment of silence and join us in reciting the pledge of allegiance.
At this time, will please staff please pass around the microphone for introduction.
I'm Dennis Davenport, 9 years as senior crimes investigator here in the city of Carson City.
Sally Meehan, property evidence technician, 5.5 years.
Desiree Ryan, 4.5 years, property evidence technician, city employee.
Cheryl Hutchison, here to support city employees.
Tony Bustos, a city citizen, here to support employees.
Lucas Bustos, Public Works, street maintenance, 6 months.
Andrew Chavez, Public Works, going on 9 years.
John Edward Lucero, 1 year, Public Works.
Brandon Donner, Public Works, 6 months.
Alan Lee, Commerce City resident.
Edgar Rodriguez, Public Works, 6 years.
Juan Barraza, probably works 6.5 years.
Justin Rosevich, Public Works, 6 months.
Joe Lorenzo, Public Works, 16 years.
Mark Laura, Public Works, 10 years.
Christine Alonso, here to support city workers.
Alan Lee, here to support the city workers.
Ken Riley, here in support of the city. Council.
Pam Stratton.
Becky Thomas.
Danny Thomas. Ken Stockton, Building Department, 6 years. Mark Zabret, Public Works, 19 years.
Mike Early, Public Works, going on 20.
Brandon Vega, city employee. Thank you for the council for giving me eye contact, excluding the mayor. Richard Apodaca, Public Works, 3 years.
John Archer, support of city employees.
Jasper Francisco, Public Works, 3 years, resident of Compton.
Joyce, Commerce City.
Cedric Talbot, support city employees.
Alan Howe.
Michelle Rogers, Vasselli Investments, McDonald's.
Eric Borowski, Commerce City resident.
Candace Alexander, Commerce City resident and employee of Public Works for 3 years.
Mary Quintana. Yeah, 1 second.
Gene Leffel, resident, over 30 years.
Ray Bishop.
Tova Porco.
John Howard, Information Technology.
Glenn Howell, City Manager's Office.
Carolyn Keith, Parks and Recreation.
Greg Clemens, Public Works Department.
Sandy Carruthers, Commerce City resident, Ward 1.
Maxine Galindo, Commerce City resident, concerned citizen.
Chris Kramer, Carson City Planning.
Jeff Lush, Colorado Rapids.
Mark Lucas, Jones Line LaSalle.
John Craig, John Line South. Mark Beaver, Principal of Morris Design.
Andy Barnard, Principal, St. Step Ups Architects.
Mr. Ryan Cordero, Executive Governmental Relations.
Jeff Baker, Commerce City Police. Bill Lockett, Chief of Police.
Brittany Morris, Director of Economic Development.
Nanette Nealon, Deputy City Manager.
Tommy for Deputy City Manager.
Thank you. Okay, next item is citizen communication. Public comment roster is made available on table at the entrance of council chambers for those who wish to address council on any matter other than agenda items. When I call your name, please come forward, state your name and address for the record. You're reminded each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. City council is reminded they are not to engage in discussion or debate, may ask clarifying questions and express concern when appropriate. City manager will generally assign staff members to get the necessary information to solve issues. And before we get started, welcome back to the city manager. Nice to see you again. First person on the list is Pam Spatler. Good evening.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see everybody. Pam Trevor, Deputy 41, East 75th Place. I would just like to have you all to know that I'm very appreciative of Sergeant Dan McCoy. He helped me with a really bad problem last week, and he did it within 1 day. And I would like to know thank you.
Very nice.
Thanks, Pam.
Thank you very much. Next person is Alan Lee, and I'm going to assume it's on something other than an agenda item.
That is an accurate assumption.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening to you, good evening to members of the council. Alan Lee, 11206 Juliet Street, Commerce City, Colorado. I wanted to talk a little bit about Proposition 101, Amendment 60, Amendment 61, and the negative impact that those amendments and propositions would have on municipalities across the state of Colorado, including the great city of Commerce City. I wanted to encourage and remind voters to participate in the election process. Ballots are supposed to drop tomorrow. Early voting begins next week. We all, including myself, do not necessarily enjoy or pleasure in paying taxes, but you get what you pay for. And it is important, critically important, that we please be reminded of that. I'm also reminded in the great democracy that we live in, that determination will not be made by a majority of the citizens, but rather, and appropriately so, by a majority of those that choose to cast their votes. And it is critically important that we exercise our right to vote. Government has an obligation to make sure the ballot box is accessible and reasonably accessible. We as individuals, as citizens, have an obligation to exercise our right to vote. And if we choose not to vote, we do not count that non-vote as an affirmative vote. So I just want to remind the public of that. I also wanted to acknowledge city employee Brandon Donovan, who is a volunteer firefighter for Pleasant View Fire Department. And during the recent fires of Boulder and surrounding communities, he was one of those individuals that stood ready and helped protect and serve our community. So I wanted to give special acknowledgement and recognition, as far too often I think it goes unnoticed, but it should not go unappreciated. Mayor is correct. I do have some comments on agenda items. Spoke briefly with the city attorney on one of the agenda items. There was no slip to fill out, so I just wanted to make sure that Mayor and Council was cognizant that I was hoping to speak on resolution item number 7. And finally, I would ask Mayor and Council consideration of moving the ordinance reading from nearly the last item to a little closer on the agenda. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to be here.
Okay, thank you, and your words are well spoken, and I hope everybody's listening, because you don't vote, you have nothing to bitch about. Mr. Yeah. I'm trying to find, what was it that Mr. Lee was looking to speak on? I'm sorry, I'm just not following.
He was making sure that he could be heard regarding resolution 2010-43, item 7.
Oh, I'm sorry, item 7. That's what I was looking for. Okay. On the computer, it comes up a little different than it comes up on the hard copy, so. Mr. Taylor, is there a?
It's not a problem.
Not a problem? Okay.
It's a public meeting.
Okay.
So there are two elements that would certainly be allowed.
Sure. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, there's only one set of minutes before council this evening. No, I'm sorry, there's something. Mr. Benson.
Thank you. I know we have, there are people here that are prepared to talk about some issues on our agenda. I guess under study item 8A, the Prairie Gateway Development Update. I'm sure most of the ones that are will be introducing. But we also have a lot of people here, I'm sure they're here for ordinance 1840. I'm just wondering if we could move the agenda around in some way so that we could have both of these somewhat earlier in the meeting so that the people who are here, maybe they don't have to stick around for all the study items. I'd just like to have some comment by the council about what the council can do.
The Prairie Gateway is already towards the beginning. There's only two small resolutions in front of it outside of the approval minutes. There are a number of people here on that. The only thing that you even think of moving would be the noise ordinance, and it's probably not going to be that big a deal. So, if that's council's direction, but I don't myself get serious and moving things around with the people that we have in the audience, any other items.
I think it'll go briefly. If they do want to put the noise presentation after that, but it seems to me like we have people here from the Prairie Gateway that have busy schedules as well. As long as we can move this along pretty quickly.
Ms. Carson?
Well, if my memory is correct, I think every single time our employees have come in front of us, we have put them at the bottom of the agenda. Is that correct?
I don't know that to be true.
I don't believe that we should be doing that. I know everybody in this room probably has to go to work tomorrow. But I just think it's a little unfair that our employees always come in last.
The agenda structure is consistent, and so the agenda is ordered by subject. So we can get the agenda by ourselves and back to the agenda quicker. Mr. Bullock?
In regards to the noise item, is there a handout on that, or is that a report? We will have received a handout on it because there was nothing in our packets, the PowerPoint. And it seems like it's got an hour worth of time. Well, could we move ordinance 1840 in front of the noise ordinance, and then have the Prairie Gateway development, and then ordinance 1840? Could we move that, because the majority of the people here aren't for the noise ordinance, they're for the two items ahead of it. One is the Prairie Gateway presentation and the ordinance for collective bargaining. So I would say that in all fairness, let's move those two and have those before the noise ordinance, because if it does take any length of time, we are pushing our employees to the end. Is council agreeable with that?
Just the only thing we're going to do is the noise ordinance. Okay, that would be fine. Anybody have a challenge with that, Mr. Benson?
I was just going to say that I support what Mr. Taylor said.
There's no challenges on it. We're just going to move the study item, the report on the noise ordinance to the end, before administrative council and after ordinance and first reading. I'll need a motion to do that.
Also move.
Mr. Benson. Mr. Bullock.
Second.
The motion is second to move that particular item. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Motion passes. item on the agenda. Mr. Benson, do you have something else?
No, I was going to move with regard to the next item, but I'd be excused from voting on the September 13th minutes. So probably we can move to do that. I would do that.
Yeah, the mayor will be asking for that extension in a moment, so we can move ahead. That'll happen.
Okay.
Of course.
Can Mr. Benson move to excuse himself?
Someone else, as you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, just one set of minutes, September 13th. I need a motion to allow Councilor Benson to abstain from voting. Mrs. Snyder.
Second motion.
And a motion is second to allow Councilman Benson to abstain from voting on the minutes, September 13th. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, voice vote. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Motion passes. Now I entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Mr. Mazzolani. Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Move to approve minutes, September 13th, 2010, council seat.
Okay, and a motion and a second to approve minutes, September 13th. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, voice vote, please. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Motion passes. Okay, there's two resolutions that were not included on the consent agenda because they require separate voice votes. The first is Resolution 2010-43, resolution prohibiting any distribution of literature and any solicitation regarding the support or non-support of collective bargaining during working hours on city property. I'll now ask the Attorney Bob Taylor to open discussion of Resolution 2010-43.
This resolution comes about as a result of an earlier meeting when the City Council directed my office to prepare a resolution that would address the interference with employees during working hours at their place of employment. There's been some indication that some of that has been going on, and this resolution is intended to address that. So if you'll notice, this resolution only addresses during working hours, employees shall not solicit or distribute any literature in person regarding the support or non-support of collective bargaining on city property. And number 3 is that it says distribution of literature or any solicitation by the public regarding support or non-support of collective bargaining during working hours in those areas of city property which are not open to the public are prohibited. In other words, someone can't go back into a secured area of an employee and solicit or attempt to distribute literature to that employee during working hours on the city property in the secured area. And then the 4th item of the agenda of the resolution talks about, again, during working hours, but in these areas that are open to the public, the only prohibition there would be is that it can't be an activity that would disrupt or interfere or otherwise impair the ability of the city employees to perform their duties. So that's the sum and substance of this resolution, and I understand anyway that since this discussion took place, there's not been any activity that would tend to run afoul of this resolution. But because tonight also on the agenda you have the ordinance, and if that ordinance passes, then between the first and second reading, this resolution would be in effect that would address those 3 concerns, those 3 areas. So that, if there are any questions, I'm certainly available for questions.
Okay, Mr. Mazzolani? No questions. Or make a motion? Okay, and I'll hold your name in that place. Ms. Carson?
Mr. Bailey, can you clarify something for me? Are you speaking of when employees are on break and lunch, can they engage in something such as this? Or?
Yes, during break time, if they're not being interfered with in the performance of their work, that's appropriate. As long as it's in an area that is open to the public, such as in the lobby. To go back into a person's cubicle if they're having lunch by themselves in a secured area, that would not be allowed.
Okay. And then the next thing is I don't know if our employees have mailboxes, but I'm assuming that they have some way that they get that. I find this to be just a little stringent. Everybody out there, I think, knows what I do for a living. I've not come across this anywhere. When I worked with the state employees, we had full access to deliver them meeting notices, benefit plus packages, anything that might be some information that they might find relevant to something they would want to know. I don't think anything out there was adversarial whatsoever. Right now, we've been going around to all the schools because all the schools allow us what's called inter-school mail. It's pretty much put stuff in employees' mailboxes, and it's how we're educating all of school employees right now on these ballot measures. So I find that a lot of times the information that goes out there, it's up to the employee, I guess, whether they would find it pertinent, but if there's going to be a meeting or whatever. I did hear from employees that maybe they didn't want people at their homes, some of them. So this just seems like a much easier thing to facilitate if we're allowing them to put such notices maybe in their mailboxes that they're going to have a meeting, they're going to discuss ballot measures, whatever it be. So I think that's a little expensive not to allow to. I guess that's what you call soliciting information.
Okay. Actually, Mr. Pence is next, but Ms. Teeter wanted to ask a question.
Yes, I do have a question. You said everybody knows what you do. I don't know what you do, and I've had many people in the audience and staff ask me what you do, so now's your opportunity to share this with everybody.
When I retired from School District 12, I went to work for the American Federation of Teachers. Now I am the third rep organizer. And so I work with all of our classified schools and students.
Is it with unions of children?
Yeah, the American Federation of Teachers in Colorado Classified Schools and Association.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Beer, in looking at this resolution, it seems like it prevents the distribution of literature. But, and then in part 3, it says distribution of literature or any solicitation by the public. Who is the public in this?
That would refer to anybody other than an employee, a co-employee. So if a citizen of Commerce City who is not an employee of Commerce City were to come into City Hall and distribute the literature, that's what number 3 would apply to.
What about verbal solicitation by either the city or the public?
Okay, now that's all right. Right, unless it runs afoul of interfering with the performance of work. So I'm there trying to work, and I have some employee come up and try to talk to me about this issue. That would not be allowed under this. If I'm on a break or something like that, or with my consent, number 2 covers the consent. If there's no objection, that's perfectly okay.
So does every city employee have a city mailbox?
I don't think every city employee has a city mailbox.
And are there mailboxes?
But there are mailboxes, but then the question is, where are they? Are they in an enclosed, secured area, or are they open to the public? So you wouldn't want somebody coming in and putting things in the mailbox that's in a secured area because they can't get in without their proxy card.
Well, there are ways to get around that, but it seems to me like allowing both the city and anyone else to distribute that kind of literature in a mailbox where it didn't disrupt anybody's work day should be maybe thought of a little bit differently, because obviously the city's going to have access to all mailboxes. I mean, something could be worked out where the proponents of the union going to distribute something, the city could put that stuff in the mailboxes also without being able to actually go into a secure area. But it seems to me like what Ms. Carson says makes sense. That's not what we're concerned here about is interference with our employees' ability to do their work. And it seems like putting something in somebody's mailbox, where they get that in the day or whatever, on their break or whatever, it's not going to interfere with their ability to do their work. So I would like to hear some discussion by the council on maybe allowing the distribution of literature in the mailboxes.
This is, it was stated before, the mailbox is in public. Probably doesn't exist, but it's in a private place. It's going to take one of our employees to transport somebody to that place. So it is taking somebody's time away from doing some part of the job.
That's probably correct. I think that time would be so minimal as to be, I'm sure we could probably have an employee who would volunteer to do that on their break time. I would imagine.
No, I'm sorry, I just need to cut on that. You never want to give an employee work on a break time.
No, we wouldn't be doing that. They'd be doing it now. We wouldn't be ordering anybody to do that.
Yeah.
They can do anything that they want during their break time. Is that true, Mr. Gare? We're not directing them what to do. They're on break. They're on their own break. They can go eat lunch. They can go get a cup of coffee. They can grab some flyers and put them in mailboxes or whatever. I just think that we don't need to be that restricted, and we're not going to interfere. I agree with Mr. McElhenney that we don't want to allow anything to be going on that's going to interfere with our employees' ability to do their work. I'm just thinking that is not going to do that. It's not going to interfere with anybody at all. Mr. Johnson?
I think what this is talking about is, I know at Exposure 14, we had Indian employees come in and, met with our folks in the break room when they were operating. They had access to their mailboxes, but this was after the fact. I think what we're talking about here is before the fact. We're talking about the very election bringing on a union into our facility here. And what we wanted with the picture here is to keep it as pristine as possible. Keep the city out of it and keep the union out of it, and let the employees decide on their own what they want to do. And it's really up to them. And we don't want any pressure one way or the other. We don't want any pressure from the union. We don't want any pressure from the bosses. So that's what this resolution talks about. Then after the fact, I think we have to look at having access because if they decide they want a union, then there has to be a way for us to facilitate their meetings and their communication with their union. But this is trying to keep the election as pristine as possible. Trying to keep the pressure off of the employees one way or the other, and let the employees, without pressure, decide what they want to do.
Mr. McElhenney? Mr. Gelson, just get your comments on that. Mrs. Mayor?
Yes, I agree that we should, allow for both sides and to make sure that everyone has access to the information. That everybody can be educated on what they're voting for when it does come to a vote, and so everyone can decide which way they want to go. Should be everyone's individual, fully educated decision. And I wanted to verify with Mr. Taylor, section number 2. It does say during working hours, except with the consent of the recipient. So let's just say, as an example, someone that was for or against approached another employee. If they had a permission to talk about it, it would not be an issue, right? If we pass this, they would be fully allowed to talk about it as long as they have each other's consent to have that conversation, right? Okay, that seems fair to me then. Thanks.
Ms. Carson?
I just want to say, Mr. Johnson, you're correct about that, 14. But there was, when I was speaking of the state employees, it was probably the largest election in the state of 13 of 32,000 state employees. And so there was full access out there to those state employees, which went on for, oh my gosh, I don't know, year and a half. And if there was an employee who did not want to give any information whatsoever, there was a way for them to have their name removed off the list if they were never receiving the information. But for the most part, I think that the employee felt that they were educated much further so that they really understood what they were voting on when the time came to vote, instead of thinking that maybe they had heard just the union side of it or just the employee side of it. I think that they felt that they were well-rounded and well-educated by being able to receive that information.
Yes, I certainly think that, the way our system works is that people can be informed about the pros and cons of any issue. I mean, I would hate to, where people are going all over the state conducting seminars in 60, 61, and 101. It's not like, well, an uninformed actor in any kind of election, it's not going to produce the desired result. I think that there should be pros and cons, presented to people so that they can make up their own mind about what they want to do. And I don't know exactly what the word pristine would mean in this context, but we want people to be informed of the pros and cons about what they're voting on, because without that, they don't know what they're voting on.
Mr. Vogt? Yes. In regards to this information that we're talking about, City Manager, Deputy City Manager Annette Nealon sent out an email today to all of us about information that has been sent out to, I take it, all the employees? Or is this just to us? Internet. And all the employees have access to the internet. It's like a company mailbox. So it's informing them of everything they need to know about their pros and cons about this, or what is it actually, the information that's being given to them through this.
What we had is, through our management team, a lot of employees were asking about what's the process that council is considering tonight. It was an educational piece, and we tried to stay as neutral as possible, let them know the process. And with that process, we also referred them to AFSCME's website and keep posted with our intranet so we stay balanced on it. The other part was we've had a series of questions that have been fielded by HR, and our employees needed some answers to understand the difference between collective bargaining and union fair share, and we put out an informational piece that we consider to be, trying to be as neutral as possible. So that's the attempt, because we got a lot of feedback that our employees are very confused at what is City Council addressing tonight and how does it move forward, and an interest on whether they are part of the collective bargaining unit.
And that's one of the...
But it doesn't have all the pros and cons.
Right.
Okay, that's what I want to
point towards is they are being informed and made to be aware that who is eligible in this collective bargaining unit, who is not, and what is actually going to happen if this passes.
Correct.
Okay, and so information is being put out, So my second part of the question, if they had flyers that they could put in a break room where if somebody wants to pick it up, they can and can't, is that considered number 4, distribution of literature? And I'm just trying to figure this out.
Number 4 only addresses non-employees.
Okay, so an employee that is either for or against could actually leave paperwork in a break room so other employees could look and see the position of employees for the union and employees not for collective bargaining, correct?
Under this resolution, that would not be permitted.
Okay, that's all I want to know. So, when we get to the point of actually saying pristine means to have informed employees know exactly what's before them, either by the internet or either by literature. But it has to be an employee-driven thing, either pro or con. It's for number 4.
For number 4, it addresses, the prohibition is against the public distributing in an area where the activities would disrupt city employees'
Right,
operations.
break room is considered a disruptive place, and if an employee is doing it, it isn't disruptive.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'm sorry. Mr. Benson?
Yes. Maybe the bottom line question is, would the FSCME have access to our intranet so that maybe if they had some issue with what's being published on there by the city, that they would have a chance to respond in the same medium? Because I'm not even sure that the city is required to be impartial in this. I mean, I've never, in a normal union and management issue, neither side is impartial. There's an arbitrator, he's impartial. But this is collective bargaining, if we get into that. But I think both sides ought to be able to say what they want about the pros and the cons. And then either side needs to be impartial in that. But I'm concerned that, I'm sure Ms. Neal has made an effort to be impartial, but I think that maybe Mr. Lee and our employees might have an issue with some of the things that were said in there, and they need to have a chance to respond and put in their version of what they think the facts are, because the facts aren't necessarily all the time the facts. Everybody's still what somebody thinks that, and maybe interpretations of various rules and laws differ all over the place also. That's what I would give our employees the opportunity to use the internet for this communication. I think that could take a place of distributing something in a mailbox. If the city's going to use the internet to communicate with the employees, then the union ought to have the same ability. Thank you.
For clarification's sake, intranet is an internal internet service for the employees within the company, meaning we give employee access to the intranet. As the council, we can do whatever we want on the internet, which is the public domain. I think that the intent of this, when I raised this issue, was to make clear for our employees that work was a place to do work. And the concern that I was hearing from employees early in this discussion is that the discussion about collective bargaining is entering the workplace, which is a place to do work. So if folks want to talk about whether or not we move down collective bargaining path at lunch, that's absolutely their business. It is not the business of the city to facilitate communications on behalf of absolute. As Mr. Johnson said, the resolution is intended to set effectively ground rules for a period of time from now through a decision point. And if such a decision is made to bring collective bargaining to the city for this new employee group, then I would expect that as part of that agreement, there would be an outline of what role the city would play in facilitating communications on behalf of that organization. That would be a separate discussion. I think, again, as the city, as the employer in this equation, it is wholly appropriate for them to publish the type of information that we saw come from Ms. Neal today, and that is an attempt to be objective and fact-based about what's happening, questions asked by employees about this matter. That said, I'm still prepared to make a motion so move that this resolution be passed as outlined.
I just love Mr. Benson on here. Mr. Benson?
Well, I certainly understand the difference between the intranet and the intranet. I'm just saying that there should be an opportunity in the same medium to respond to it unless the internet addresses of all people that the intranet goes to are provided. I don't know that all those are available. Certainly the intranet is accessible by anybody. And if Mr. Lee or his representative has something that they want to draft in response, I'm sure that can be given to Ms. Nealon or Mr. Flannery, and that they would get it on the internet. That was what we asked them to do. I don't think that's a problem, but they aren't able to respond in the same medium, the intranet, unless both sides are going to use the internet. And I would like to propose
and Mr. Marino, and I'd like to get an answer from Mr. Flannery on the use of the intranet by anybody on the outside.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, intranet is typically a device that's specifically to inside the employees. To convey or relay information from outside entities, there's many mediums that are available to those entities, and they use them regularly. So it would be highly unusual for the city through the intranet to send information from another organization.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I was just wanting to point out that apparently the union has a good communication effort, because look, these folks, they're well informed. They know what they want. I don't know what to worry about. These folks are going to get the information they need to get. They're going to pass that information on to whoever listens to them. So, I think we have a lot of a do-over nothing here. And I compare it to Mr. McIntyre.
Eventually, you'll be my second. Mr. Marino?
I would actually, most of this discussion has been between council. I would just like to hear from Mr. Lee just about the primary concerns regarding this resolution.
Mr. Taylor, I know we spoke about this first. What I would want to know is that sometime in the future, this is not going to become our standard.
Under the circumstances, this whole subject is very unique for the city, and as a general rule, resolutions are a topic of discussion by the council, but it is a public meeting, and the council has discretion to allow input if you think the input would be helpful in your rendering a decision. So this evening, I would suggest that within limits, you hear what Mr. Lee has to say regarding this resolution. I emphasize within limits.
Let's give that a try, Mr. Lee.
I appreciate the opportunity. Let me just say this, Mayor. I've spoken to councils across the state, across this nation, and as a citizen of Commerce City, I would hope that we encourage and invite members of the public to speak on anything on the council agenda prior to the council making a decision. It is said the hardest thing to open is a closed mind. I really would like to encourage council members before they make a decision, at least to hear the other side, whether you agree or disagree. You will find very interesting. I tend to agree this is much to do about nothing. This is a solution in search of a problem. In the final analysis, we have zero interest in using, and I'm speaking loud, because it seems like my mic went on. We have zero interest in using the internet. I would have told you guys that early on, and maybe wouldn't have had this discussion. Strangely enough, I find a lot of common ground this evening on this issue from Councilman Johnson. And I'm going to quote it on top of things. He said the objective should be, I quote, keep the city out, no pressure from the boss, and that the union should be capable and able to engage in good communication as it did tonight. I agree on all 3 points. This resolution is silent on the issue of the response and communication from your management staff. And I call this a solution in search of a problem because we really haven't had a problem. Councilman Malcolm Dowling raised this early on, and I don't think we visited the work site. I personally have never visited a work site, never walked into a secure location, and have no plans to do that. These type of campaigns are won from within the organization, not from without the organization. But I think the council should be careful as not to seek in any way, shape, or form to muzzle its employees. There's some First Amendment rights that trump a lot of this. Employees talked about the Bronco game, I'm sure. Talked about what they did on Sunday. I've encouraged them to talk to their coworkers about 101, 60, and 61. There's nothing inappropriate about that. Communication is generally a two-way street. If the employee don't want to talk about it, they don't talk about it. Finally, I take great exception, and I mean great exception, and I'm becoming increasingly concerned about a document that was distributed by the city manager's office that's entitled, and it's relevant to this resolution because these are the type of documents that this resolution seeks to prohibit on the part of the union. It should also seek to prohibit this on the part of management and let employees, who I believe are far more intelligent and far more informed than many people give them credit for. Facts to know regarding collective bargaining ordinance presented to the City Council. This document was not only sent on the internet. Just as employees were leaving work today, pressure from the boss, Councilman Johnson, they put this in their hands and said, you can't go because the city's deemed you not eligible for the union. And then they told the workers that your union dues are going to be $600, $500. None of that is either accurate, true, impartial, or neutral. And I just think it's wrong for the city to do this. They talk about other municipalities in the state of Colorado that have collective bargaining, non-police and fire. They left out Leadville. They left out the city of Trinidad. This is incomplete, it's inaccurate, and it's misleading. And when you really look at it, although I think the city manager always did a good job of trying to give the appearance of being fairly impartial, the questions we have, Alan, you never told us union dues was $600 and something. I didn't tell you that because they'll never be $600 and something. Look at Denver. Look at Aurora. Look at Trinidad and Pueblo and Leadville and Grand Junction where we have AFSCME local. Not a single one of them pays $600. So we don't need the city to tell our story. So the city needs to do, in the words of Councilman Johnson, keep the city out, no pressure from law. I can tell you, in the spirit of this resolution, we really find nothing really objectionable about it. The only thing it doesn't contain is restrictions on management. And no, it is not appropriate for the city manager or his office or his surrogates to campaign against this. That has a chilling effect on employees. If boss say this is a bad thing, then I'm not going to say it's a good thing. So I would ask that we perhaps amend this to deal with the conduct of management staff as well. But we can win this with or without this resolution.
I just want to point out that city manager, deputy city manager, city attorney, all of us are employees of the city. So there's not a distinction. If this resolution passes, it applies to everybody. We're all employees of the city.
And part of that is keep the union out of it too. I agree with you. People make it throw money. You never said that.
No, absolutely. I said we had no intention of visiting the sites. We had no interest in the internet. Like you said, the member communication.
There you go. I think we all agree.
Thank you for the opportunity to hear me.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I've got three more people up on this line. Does everybody still need to talk? I'm sorry.
Mr. David, can you clarify what you said about the city?
It says employees in this resolution. It refers to all employees of the city, not distinguishing between management and other employees. It's all employees of the city.
Thank you.
Mr. Benson, did you actually have something to add to this?
Well, I had a question that I guess when the time comes, I would move to amend this to say employees, comma, including all city management personnel, comma, and they're just making it clear, because I was reading employees as to not include that. That was my initial reading of that. If that's the way it is, then we ought to say it.
Okay, Mr. Gaylor, what I'm hearing for you is like you're all employees anyway.
It's redundant because you certainly have the requirements, the benefits of the city employees applying equally to the city manager and anybody else that is on the payroll of the city. But if council chooses to add to the resolution because you wish to, it's not improper, it's not illegal. So if you feel better about it, I have no objection from a legal point of view. But I'm I'm just reassuring you that employees means anybody on the city payroll in this context.
Mr. Williams, could I impose on you, please? I have a motion and a second. Can I have to get those, and then I would ask, is there any discussion?
That's fine.
Could we then move it to that? Because I think what's happening now is we're getting discussion not as answer to what you brought up, but as to what the resolution says. Would that be okay with you? Would that be okay with you, Mr. Benson?
Well, I don't know exactly what you're asking me to agree to, but as long as I get to say something to Mr. Gaylor, and I can say it right now, I guess, that you know as well as I do, when you're dealing with a legal document, you can't really be too precise. Because somebody will come in and say, well, no, that's not what it means, so we tell them what it means up front. There's no question about it. And you stated that that is the intent of this document. Sometimes the intent can become a real issue. But if you just say it right up front, straight out, there's no question about intent because we stated our intent. We're not changing anything really. We're just stating the intent more clearly. When you're drafting a legal document, there's never any difficulty doing that as far as I don't think as far as you're concerned too, Mr. Gaylor, I would think you draft a lot of legal documents. You've got to be as precise as you can so that there's no question. There's no wiggle room for somebody to come in and say, well, that's not what that meant. So I don't know why we can't just say that. I'll move to the end.
I don't even have a motion in a second yet. So please don't amend.
I'm sorry, but just, you could call on me.
Mr. McEldowney, I have a motion. Is that correct? Wait, still?
Move to approve resolution 2010-43 with clarification to the wording reinforcing the return of employee.
Okay, Ms. Peter, I have you as a second.
I second the motion.
Now discussion, Mr. Marino.
I mean, the only thing I was going to say is that with that clarification from Mr. Gaylor, I was prepared to support the
You're a
motion.
wonderful person. I have a motion and a second. And we've had discussion. Will City Attorney read the title as amended?
Title of the ordinance, the resolution reads, resolution prohibiting any distribution of literature and any solicitation regarding the support or non-support of collective bargaining during working hours on city property.
So I have a motion and a second. The attorney has read the title. I'm going to request a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Second item is Resolution 2010-63, resolution approving business incentive for Selly's Investment Prime City LLC. I'll now ask City Manager Jerry Flannery and his staff to please come forward and make a discussion on this resolution.
Members of council, I'd like to introduce Brady Morris to bring this item forward.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Brittany Morris, Director of Economic Development, and I'm bringing before you another incentive application under the 2010 Commerce City Incentive Program. And tonight is for Baselli Investments. This is the McDonald's located in Bell Creek. The franchisee is Tony Baselli of Baselli Investments. And we do have Michelle Rogers, who is controller for Baselli, in the audience should you have any questions. This business, as you know, opened up in 2009 and it is doing extremely well. They have applied for the existing retailer incentive. This is something we are offering to existing restaurants and existing grocery. As our top two leakage categories, we are offering 5% for existing restaurants and existing grocery stores to be used for the marketing of their business, so to get even more sales, even more traffic into their business. They have also applied for job creation incentives under the 2010 incentive program. They expect to create 10 to 15 new part-time jobs. They estimate 8 full-time jobs under the average county wage, and the total job creation incentive payment is $2,000. I will entertain any questions and ask for your approval of this incentive application. Thank you.
Are there any questions or discussion?
I move to approve Resolution 2010-63, approving business incentive Gulf Valley Investments.
Moved and seconded, approve resolution 2010-63. Is there any discussion? Go ahead.
Just quickly, I want to say thank you to Great being here too. Of course, it's very important that we go out and get new business, but it's also equally important that we retain the business that we have. So retention is very important as well. And so I think you're doing a good job. Actually, I think you're doing a great job on both sides of that fence. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, and I thank Michelle Hill on my staff. She's become the impromptu incentive application provider. We don't have an official title yet.
Thank you very much. So I had a motion and a second.
Title reads, resolution approving business incentive for Castelli Investments, Commerce City, LLC.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Steve, for the title, requesting a voice vote. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same. Motion passes. Thank you very much. I imagine you're not going to be going far. The next item on the agenda is the Prairie Gateway Development Update. Mr. Flannery, if you could introduce staff to provide the update on this.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, you are correct. Peter Morris and a team of individuals is going to present.
Good evening again. Brittany Morris, Director of Economic Development. And I am pleased to present to you tonight an update on the Prairie Gateway. For members of the audience, the Prairie Gateway is the area we're sitting on today. This is a partnership between the City of Commerce City and Crunchy Sports Enterprises. And tonight I will be providing an update on Phase 2 of development. A lot has been happening behind the scenes to get ready for this next phase, and I look forward to presenting to you some information. Tonight we'll do an introduction of our team. We have many of our team members here in the audience. Give a quick project history, how we got here today inside this lovely building. And then I'll turn it over to Chris Kramer, Planning Manager, for design guidelines update. This is something we absolutely have to complete in order for the property to be fully entitled. And then next I will update you on the marketing and branding of this site, and then questions and next steps. First, let me quickly introduce our team. Myself, Brittany Morris, Director of Economic Development, Chris Kramer, Planning Manager. Gary Sterling couldn't be here this evening, but he is the city traffic engineer. And I'll have him stand up. We do not have Paul Andrews or Autumn Bailey in attendance tonight. I'm sure you read the news that Paul Andrews was appointed last week as the head of the National Western Stock Show. We're very excited for Mr. Andrews, but unfortunately, he's not here this evening. We wish him the best. Autumn Bailey is based out of Columbia, Missouri. He is a retail developer, and he is assisting us on this project. Jeff Plush is the managing director of the Colorado Rapids. Jeff can stand up. And Allison Hamilton could not be here this evening. She is actually in Europe tonight, so she's actually helping us as well on design guidelines. From Jones Lang LaSalle, we have John Craycraft, Mark Lucas, and then unfortunately Mitch Dabbs could not be here this evening. From Norris Design and St. Combs Architects, we have Mark Kiefer and Andy Bernard. Now I'm going to give you a quick project history. In 1992, the U.S. Congress passed the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge Act, which declared the Rocky Mountain Arsenal a National Wildlife Refuge and contemplated the sale of the western tier parcel to Commerce City, with the proceeds going toward the construction of a refuge visitor center, which all of you know is under construction and will be opening shortly. In late summer/early fall 2003, Commerce City received word of Crunchy Sports Enterprises' desire to open up a soccer-specific stadium for the Rapids, and they were looking for a site. Commerce City began discussions with Crunchy Sports Enterprises' site selection firm, the Romani Group, headed by Tim Romani, regarding the Prairie Gateway project, and commenced work to to present proposals for a future public-private partnership for construction of the soccer stadium and associated site development. In April 2004, Interior Secretary at the time, Gail Norton, formally transferred nearly 5,000 acres of land at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal from the U.S. Army to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and established the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge. Commerce City purchased the property that we sit on today on July 22nd, 2004 from the United States, from the U.S. Federal government through the GSA, General Services Administration, on July 21st, 2004. Purchase price was nearly $4.7 million for 917 acres of the former Rocky Mountain Arsenal, known as the Western Tier parcel. On July 27, 2004, Commerce City and Cronkey Sports Enterprises announced that the Prairie Gateway would be the new home of the Colorado Rapids and the new home of our Civic Center. And in November of 2004, we had an election where we passed nearly $56 million worth of bonds for the public infrastructure on the area that we sit on today. And in 2007, Exploring Goods Park and Commerce City Civic Center were open for business. As you know, a major part of the Prairie Gateway is this second phase of development. We have tax increment financing associated with this property, and we absolutely needed the second phase in order to get a move on to paying those bonds. I will now turn it over to Chris Kramer for Design Standards Update.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Brittany is absolutely correct. The phase 2 deserves a little bit of discussion so that council has some understanding about the process that we're going to have to go through. And as such, a discussion about the design standards is probably in order due to the somewhat unique nature of the context here. Early on in the discussions, there was a clear recognition of the fact that the Prairie Gateway development is going to be unique, and that our design guidelines that we have in the what's now the Land Development Code, previously the zoning ordinances, they were too general. They're really designed for a whole range of developments, and things like a Major League Soccer stadium would have a real hard time fitting in with our existing design standards. So the idea was that there would be design standards specific to this area, to this district. As background, a lot of times when you have district design guidelines, sometimes they're put in the actual zoning, in the PUD. Given the timelines, council who's around, you'll remember the timelines were extremely quick. And as a staff, we always pride ourselves on being able to work with real-world deadlines. And so as such, we came up with a system to still have design guidelines, still ensure that we have a high-quality project with high-quality development, but also be cognizant of the timelines and the pressures that existed for the stadium opening. So what happened was, through the PUD, it basically authorized design standard approval after the PUD was approved, and that was to be done administratively. That process has gone forward for two areas, the stadium and the athletic fields and parking. The remainder of the developable area still has to have the design standards be put in place and approved administratively. For the PUD, those design standards have to be put in place prior to a building permit being pulled. So therefore, getting these passed now, prior to their having someone at the doorstep ready to develop, is going to really help move things along when that happens. So as a result, the team that Brittany mentioned, we've been getting together to try and work on those phase 2 design standards for the rest of the developable area. It's going great so far. It shows the kind of collaboration I think that we have within the team. Just to give council an idea about what these design standards will cover, and you can see I don't necessarily need to read those off to you, but they cover primarily those elements of the developable area that affect a lot of the appearance, the design of those developable areas. There is a little bit of, within the architectural elements, there's some massing elements contained within that that's not necessarily evident, but certainly a part of it. And the rest of this are the types of issues that we cover with design standards, both in the LDC, the Derby design standards, and now with the Prairie Gateway design standards. So we will continue to work as a team to formulate and craft these design standards. And once we have those completed, while they are approved administratively, meaning by staff, we certainly intend to bring those back to council so that you have an opportunity to see them, be up to speed on what they contain, and you're fully aware of the direction the Prairie Gateway is going.
Great, thank you. Branding and marketing of the site is also a major part of our discussion, our team discussions. Our goal is to create a project identity for this next phase of development that properly describes our vision as a city. Crumpy Sports Enterprises hired the Tracy Marketing Group to assist us in this effort. They hosted a visioning session with our team, with various members of the business community across the city, and we came up with 3 different choices of names and brands for this next phase of development. And I did put a handout. Unfortunately, I couldn't figure out how to put it in the PowerPoint. So you have a handout in front of you that talks about the 3 proposed brands. And don't pay attention to the Latin. It's just a placeholder. We're looking at a mock-up of the website. And these 3 names are Championship Center, Victory Crossing, and Zone 5280. And I'll quickly just read a little piece from the Tracy Marketing Group that talks a little bit about how she came up with these 3 names based on some of the conversations we've had as a team. Championship Center is derived from the emotion of the brand positioning and suggests a centrally located winning destination. Zone 5280, zone implies 3 things. Zone as referred to in sport, zone as a place or territory, and 3, zone as an emotional state as in the zone. 5280 is the altitude, as you know, of Denver, Colorado. Used together, zone 5280 suggests a high altitude destination for the fusion of commerce, sports, and recreation. Finally, Victory Crossing. Victory comes from victorious, which is at the core of the brand positioning for the development, and references the desired outcome of this unique and powerful public-private partnership. Crossing refers to the intersection of commerce, civic, sports and recreation, and wildlife. Together, they symbolize the winning convergence of civic, business, sports, recreation, and wildlife components of the development. And I did put up here, the tagline that you see on the website is the fusion of commerce, sports, and recreation. And you'll see there's 4 different sections of the website, which will have development, which talks about the second phase of development on the property, the retail opportunities, hotel opportunities, commercial office, community, that is in association with the Civic Center and with Adams 14 High School down the street, and sports, obviously, the Colorado Rapids, and then wildlife, the Rocky Mountain National Arsenal Wildlife Refuge. A final name and brand will be presented to City Council by our team on November 8th when we bring back the final design guidelines as well. But I would be happy to take your input tonight and suggestions on those 3 names, and again, you will find those at your desk. Before I turn it over to Q&A, again, we will be back on November 8th to present the final draft of the design standards for informational purposes. We will also have that final name. The aggressive marketing campaign with our partners at Cronky and Joe Blank will start as soon as November is over. We are in the market currently, but this aggressive marketing will include materials that have this project brand. And then ICSC is next May 22nd through May 25th in Las Vegas, and we really plan to make a huge effort for this property at that time. And with that, I will take any questions you have.
Thank you for your presentation. The current name of Prairie Gateway, is it not doing very well marketing new businesses? Is there confusion there with the Prairie Center? Or can you maybe explain that in more detail, please?
Yes, I can. We have been testing our brand in the marketplace and have come to the realization that Prairie is a term that is used a lot in the Denver marketplace, and in fact, we have received some prospects that thought we were talking about Prairie Center in Brighton, because Prairie Center was branded first and Prairie Gateway was not out in the marketplace, we have run into those problems, and that's why it's one of the reasons why we feel a brand for the second phase, a different brand, will assist us in getting more prospects.
Yes, thank you, Brittany. That was a great presentation. I think that, that when we did the Prairie Gateway, it was very fitting at the time, and it fit into the mold of what we were trying to do when we did the entire city rebranding. But I have had many people come to me, talk to me, tell me that they're confused between the prairies and, just the different prairies are going on. The one in Brighton, they're confused with the Prairie Gateway. It does get confusing. And so I do think that we kind of, unfortunately, are in a situation where we do have to look at rebranding that section of it just so we can eliminate that confusion, especially when we get some development going. I personally do like the Zone 5280. 5280 is popular with the younger crowd, which I think a lot of this sports and athletics and those sort of things do cater to a somewhat younger crowd, although I hope everyone from all ages come out to the soccer stadium. But I think that 5280, is it's specific to the Denver, Commerce City, Denver, Colorado, it's specific to our area. So I think that's exciting. I like all of them that you brought forward, but that one was my favorite. So thank you for everything that you've done on this project. Thank you very much.
I too like the Zone 5280, and this is a really exciting for me. It's a long time coming. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting for something to happen for that next step, and I'm really excited that you guys are taking that step. And I thought it wouldn't be in my lifetime before we see a child out here, but I really have hope that we will see some before I die. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for your take. I think the three names have a real appeal, and I think just given the confusion around the overuse of the word prairie in the metro area, it'd be hard to distinguish the property and really build a feel around it. There's not a lot of energy around the prairie from a sport and business perspective and community perspective, other than it's a nice and peaceful place. I think my only concern about Zone 5280 is that we're not from Allied City, we're Commerce City. And so I have concern that Zone 5280 could lead to bring confusion, if you will. We already see the property, the collected Prairie Gateway property, featured prominently in Stapleton advertisements. We're not a feature of Stapleton, we're Commerce City. So I think with that said, it would be great to look at one of the alternates, and I really do like Victory Crossing. I think it can't be understated the work that went into making this all possible. And I think the term victory is a very applicable term. If you look at what went on to make this happen, it was a victory by the community to have the funds on behalf of the people. It's a victory on behalf of the community to see this new milestone that's so near. And it was obviously a victory for the city and county in my mind to see this partnership form. And so I really like the idea and the energy behind that brand. That said, I don't want to necessarily do away with the loose side of the Prairie Gateway brand in and of itself. And I know we've got Prairie Parkway. It's just got that as a civic center leads on into what will be the new visitor center. And so I think if we can find a way to keep and preserve that corridor and really treat it like a gateway into the refuge and through the property, and find a way to sort of wrap this new brand around the remainder of the property, I think that would be a nice way to temper, not throw away, if you will, that label that we all have to hold near and dear, but acknowledge that it's turn the page, it's a new chapter, and let's put some energy into an exciting new wave on the gateway. So really exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and absolutely that point is well taken, and we are in the process now of talking about individual zones on the property for the design guidelines, and we'll take that into consideration as we're coming up with the names for those zones. Thank you.
Based on Councilwoman Snyder's comments, maybe I'm betraying my age, but Zone 5280 is actually my least favorite. For some of the reasons that Councilman McEldowney brought up, we've already seen this marketed, that Denver is taking credit for exporting goods and marketing it as part of Stapleton. So that's where my real concern lies. I love Victory Crossing or Championship Center, so either two would be fine.
I agree with Mr. Moreno. Those are the two that I would favor also. When are we going to get a chance? Is it going to be up to the council to make that change?
Actually, the team is going to make the decision which is presented on the 8th. And that's a combination of the city and Crumbly Sports and Jennifer LaSalle.
Well, I certainly favor those two names, and thanks a lot for bringing this. I appreciate your telling this to me last Wednesday, as you know, so good job.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Thank you very much. It's nice meeting you tonight.
Thank you. Thank you to our guests who shared us tonight.
Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. Ms. Morris, do you want a minute so that we could leave, or you'll just, it's fine. Okay, because we moved an item on the agenda, the next item on the agenda will be an ordinance on first reading. The ordinance 1840. Amending Chapter 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code by adding Article 5 to Chapter 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code by an elected body for certain defined Commerce City employees. I'll now ask the attorney about the other reading of the ordinance.
Before we discuss the ordinance, I think it would be helpful to review how we got to the point where we are this evening. A number of months ago, Alan Lee, on behalf of some of the city employees, came before this council and requested that you consider authorizing a collective bargaining unit for certain defined employees of the city. Mr. Lee submitted a draft ordinance and a resolution for your consideration. You then referred the matter to me to draft an ordinance. I used the documents submitted by Mr. Lee, the FOP charter provisions of the City of Commerce City, and Thornton documents on collective bargaining, and submitted an ordinance to you in draft form. Mr. Lee took issue with several provisions of the draft ordinance, and you referred the ordinance back to me and to meet with Mr. Lee to resolve what issues we could. Mr. Lee and I met and had a very productive meeting, and we resolved a number of the issues. However, some issues we couldn't resolve because they are issues that only you as the City Council can decide. So in reviewing the original ordinance that you have before you tonight, I will refer to the issues that were resolved, point those out to you. I'll point out to you those that cannot be changed because of a conflict with the city charter. And I will point out the issues that must be resolved by the City Council. And I think it would be easier to decide each of those issues by a voice vote as we go through the ordinance and hear public comments on each of those issues, and then have a voice vote on each issue before we take up the entire ordinance as a whole, because there are going to be issues within the ordinance that you need to decide, and in thinking this thing through to try and expedite the process, I think that if we decide the issues as we go, strictly by voice vote, unless someone asks for a roll call vote, which is appropriate any time, then we'll have those issues decided as we go. And after we've gone through the ordinance, then you would then consider a motion to adopt the ordinance on first reading or reject the entire ordinance. So that process at the end of the discussion would come just as it would any other ordinance that you're considering on first reading. So tonight, Karen Stevens from my office, who has been very instrumental in helping draft this document. Also Mr. Lee, who's been very helpful in preparing the documents and in submitting comments to me. So it's been a collective issue, collective bargaining issue, if you will, that we've worked on together. And tonight then we present the ordinance then for your consideration along the lines that I've just discussed. So the first provision that we should look at then in the ordinance is section 2-5000 entitled definitions. There was one suggestion that was submitted by Mr. Lee, and I thought the suggestion was a good one. And you'll notice it in blue or purple. The last line of the first paragraph says, after agreement, the terms thereof shall be finalized in writing. We're talking about a collective bargaining agreement, discussions having been held, and now finalizing the document with any changes in writing. There was certainly an intent that it would be in writing, but Mr. Lee suggested that we add that word in, and I thought that was a good suggestion. So that one is in there and without objection on my part. Now, as we go through this, if council has any objection, even though I'd say that from my perspective, legally, I don't have an objection, but if you have a concern, question, or even an objection on one of those issues, I think it's more expeditious if you raise it at that time rather than wait till the end.
And as we do that, if it would be okay, what I'd like to do is now ask if anyone in council has any objection to this. Okay, seeing none, go on, Mr. Geller.
Okay, then we go to section 2-5000 definitions again. This is the definition of confidential employee. This provision is significant because confidential employees are not considered to be included in the bargaining unit. So this definition defines who the employees who are confidential employees are. And Mr. Lee's suggestion was that we designate them by position. And then we got into the discussion, well, because it was originally drafted, it left it pretty open as to when those people were going to be designated and who they actually were. So to add some clarity and some finality to that decision, we added then those people who are designated by each department director, and that would be one employee in addition to the department director, who shall be designated by position no later than 30 days after final approval of the ordinance by council, or when a new position is established. That provision was added after discussion with Mr. Lee in order to add clarity. I thought it was a good addition, and so I had no objection to that. And although he didn't specifically mention the 30 days, I thought this was a good solution, because his thought was maybe we could mention the specific provision, the specific positions, but at this point in time, those specific provisions aren't even clear, and those positions are not fully defined, but they have to be defined if this ordinance is passed within 30 days after it passes. That way, everybody knows who is in that position, and that's what that clarification of that provision does. So I didn't have any objection to that, and that provision is there. And if you have any, I'll leave it to Mary than to add.
Is there anyone on council who has any challenges or discussion about this change?
2-5001.
3, yes. Being none, Mr. Again.
Which one are we talking about?
3, confidential employee.
Right, okay.
The definition of
Yeah,
confidential.
well, Jim said 01, that's why I got.
Okay, Mr. Gaylor, back to you.
Mr. Mayor, for clarification, should I wait at the end to comment on all of them, or should I too comment on a point-by-point basis?
Mr. Gaylor, I'm going to
I think we should take up each point as it comes, rather than trying to go back and rehash what we've already said. So if there's a comment that needs to be made, now's the time.
Is it on this one or the one before, sir?
No, it's on this one.
Okay.
The one before. And I will not comment unless there is a comment.
Okay.
First, It was a very fruitful, very helpful meeting, and a very informative meeting, and I certainly appreciated, at least from the city attorney's perspective, some of his concerns. And I want to thank the city attorney for showing some flexibility and also acknowledging when things were probably not as good as they could have been, making the modifications. I just want to say thank you on behalf of the mayor. Relative to this section, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we had some concern, and we continue to have some concern about the broadness of this language, particularly as it specifically precludes every single employee in the city manager's office, every single employee in the city attorney's office, and every single employee in the human resources department. That is a grandiose assumption, and assumes that employees in that department are working on documents. Recall early in the process, the city council said, hey, Mr. Lee, we would like to see some feedback from our employees, show us some petitions, show us some interest. In fact and in truth, some of the employees from those particular departments signed the petition. And now that they signed the petition showing an interest, they are being precluded. This is an ongoing issue over in the city of Thornton, which is substantially behind the city of Commerce City relative to this. But the city of Thornton is the only place that I know in the nation, I might add, that, and that's a resolution in this brand new, that precludes the entire department. And I think we do those particular employees a great disservice by not allowing them into the bargaining unit. Clearly, city human resources director, deputy directors, maybe some analysts, but the typist clerk, maybe a computer technician assigned to human resources. Clearly, the city attorney is excluded, the deputy city attorneys are excluded. But I just think it's too broad. And one of the things I would suggest, and I've suggested this, is that we maybe pass the ordinance, and then the council can define who's in and who's out. Or we at least, because Councilman Johnson raised this at the last meeting, he wanted some clarity as to who was in and who was out. And I got a document today where the city indicated who they thought should be in and who they thought should be out. And then clearly that document needs some discussion.
Well, first of all, in reading the definition, it says an employee who, in the city manager's opinion, has to be an employee who acts in an advisory or support capacity with respect to an individual who directly participates in the formulation of management policies in the field of labor management relations. Then it goes on to say that it would be employees in the city manager's office who fit that criteria, city attorney's office who fit that criteria. Now, for the council's benefit, I don't have anybody in the city attorney's office who doesn't fit that criteria. City manager's office, I would surmise that that office has personnel that would not be in the category of advisory or support capacity, who directly participates in the formulation of management policies in the field of labor management relations. So, if there's a need for clarification, but the intent is, it's an employee, starting with the definition, who acts in an advisory or support capacity with respect to an individual who directly participates in the formulation of management policies. So I doubt seriously, and I'll turn to deputy city manager or the city manager and ask them if they foresee one of their clerk typists as fitting that definition.
That is a discussion we were having at this point in time, and if you remember, I exchanged some emails saying how many people are part of the collective bargaining union. That is an area where there could be a couple positions that we would take further look and see at. This is the first derivation that we asked HR to look at, take solely the definitions that were prescribed in the draft ordinance, and they went through and worked with that and provided us. By no means are we saying this is perfect.
Mr. Mayor, I would only add, from my perspective, that we would probably have to consult the city attorney on specifics of those positions, because if there are certain confidential documents that are passing through specific pertaining to these these types of things, we probably have to set up some other mechanism for those to be routed, so that it's not an impassable problem. But it would be something that we would need to talk through in some consultation with the city.
As Mr. Gaylor, where did this language come from? Is this something that was suggested by you, Mr. Lee, or where did this definition come from? You just said.
Are you talking about the language in general or the blue language?
Well, all of them.
Okay, the passage itself, confidential employee, actually comes from the Thornton ordinance, I believe, is where we obtained that information, and then the blue came from a discussion that Mr. Gaylor had with Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee, you're satisfied with this ordinance 3?
Actually, based on the announcement of the city attorney, his intent is perfect, but it's just not what the document says. I agree in whole with his intent. His intent, as I understood, was not necessarily to preclude every single employee in the city manager's office, although I heard him say it may be appropriate to exclude everyone in the city attorney's office. So I can tell you the person that sits at the reception office that says, "Welcome to the city of Commerce, I'm out to direct you," comes from the city manager's office, and I don't think that is a person we want necessarily to exclude. The definition is perfect. The phrase, including all employees in the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, and the human resources department, is excessively restrictive. And the same line of logic will apply to the human resources department. I guarantee you, we represent employees in the human resources department and city manager's department right here in the state of Colorado. But we do not and should not represent confidential employees who fit that definition. All employees do not fit that definition for those departments.
Right. I agree with you. It seems to really be very restricted. Is you agreeable to this right now? Do you think it can be changed later on?
No, I heard the intent, as articulated by the city attorney, to be different than the phraseology actually used in the section. And I tend to agree with remarks you made earlier. Now is the time to clarify the intent with the degree of specificity that we've made. I only object to the phrase, including all employees in the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, and the human resources department. That is just too restrictive. And I heard from the deputy city manager when she talked about this not being perfect and the first crack at the document. And insofar that there's an acknowledgement that it's imperfect, I think we run the risk of creating a law on an imperfect document. A lot of people in the city manager's office will be non-bargaining unit eligible, as they should not be. But not every single person in the city manager's office will be.
How would you change this wording to be more specific to give effect to the intent?
Including appropriate employees in the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, and the human resources department, as opposed to all. And
This is eliminating the word all, like solve that.
Mr. Gaylor, any comment to that?
That would be, I don't
I
have any problem with you leaving the word all. I'm going to ask my Associate Assistant City Attorney Karen Stevens if she has a feeling on that.
Or we just eliminate all and put in appropriate.
Including appropriate employees. I think that's fine. Martin Smith is also present, who like I mentioned earlier, worked extensively with me also on this ordinance. So appropriate,
that is appropriate.
We'll make that change.
This part.
I cancel.
Mr. Gold?
I cancel. But I do have a question. And maybe when we finish with the full 2005, we vote on that full definition then. Like where it's going to within section 1 of 2005, or are we, when we were talking about vote after we've gone over it, are we talking about like right now on that section that we just did, where we change the word from appropriate, from all to appropriate?
My suggestion to the council is that we try and reach some consensus. If there's an objection by any member of the council to what we are proposing, then we should have a voice vote. But if it's agreeable, and if nobody lodges an objection, then we move on to the next item.
Okay, so when we change from all to appropriate, that is going through now?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Carson?
Well, Mr. Mayor, should we not clarify that even further as to your clarification as to what a confidential employee is? Is that going to be something that's going to come across and people trying to figure out what the intent of that is?
Well, I think that with the change of language there, it says including appropriate employees in the city manager's office, they have to meet the criteria that they act in an advisory or support capacity with respect to the department head or an individual who directly participates in the formulation of management policies. I think that's about as specific.
No, legally, it does. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Benson?
I'd like to ask Mr. Lee, what do you think about the language in the first sentence about confidential employees and employee who in the city manager's opinion?
That gave us heartburn, but I've learned long ago that in order to compromise this one that still gives me heartburn, it is not a bad provision insofar as you have a reasonable and fair city manager. We would much rather prefer it says that that acts in an advisory support capacity, because that's not an opinion, either you do or you don't. But I didn't want to fight over every single thing. I will tell you this is very unique to give this much authority to a city manager to allow him to make the determination in isolation and really serve, for lack of a better word, in a dictatorial manner. Generally speaking, either you do or don't. I didn't want to fight about too many of the smaller issues because I understand that there's some differences on the city council. There are some bigger issues that we want to get to here, but we would support striking in the city manager's opinion, because there you have just created a law that makes the city manager the beginning and the end of the law. He makes the determination himself. So if the city manager says yes, in my opinion, that the person that says welcome to the city of welcome to Commerce City, how may I direct you, is doing those confidential things. There's no avenue. But I'm hoping we have a reasonable city manager to work with, and I trust that we will. But in a real world, perfect world, we would not support that.
Well, would it help to put in the city manager's reasonable opinion? Would that mean that? No, it's not.
Well, first of all, let me interject if I may. You have a charter provision that says the city manager is in charge of the administrative responsibilities of the city. You cannot change that provision of the charter by this ordinance. So start with that in your mind when we go through this.
Well, I think that's another issue that we're going to discuss tonight, I guess, as to how this type of election, which is being held pursuant to state and federal law, is that correct? It's being held pursuant to state and federal law.
The election we're talking about is being held pursuant to this ordinance that you authorized the election.
Right, but it's federal law that in a public setting, the governing body has to approve the election. Is that correct?
What's going to govern is what you put in this ordinance.
Well, I think that the charter also says that by ordinance or in the charter, and the thing is, the problem that I'm having is that I think this is a procedure that's authorized by federal law, and the charter is not going to override federal law. I think anything that we do pursuant to federal law is going to override the charter. What does the FOP statement say about taking some authority away from the city manager?
That's a charter amendment, so what it says in the charter is governs, and that's the charter amendment. This is an ordinance. And you can't conflict an ordinance with the charter.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Semple about what the conflict might be between federal, state, and our charter. Good.
Mayor, council members, there is no federal law that governs this particular issue with regard to public sector collective bargaining in any of the states, for that matter, at this stage. And there's no state law that governs recognition of unions or collective bargaining in Colorado. So, as the city attorney has indicated, it's totally a function of the ordinance that you develop. And obviously, with the FOP, you're in a different situation because that is a charter provision. So, and it specifically says that anything else that might be in the charter, this is what controls. Whereas here, you're dealing strictly with an ordinance, and so all of the provisions of the charter that deal with employment, the ordinance has to be consistent with that. But there's no federal or state law that restricts you from what you want to do on this.
Well, that clarifies that for me. I certainly will rely on your opinion. And I guess the FOP was created through a vote of the people to amend the charter. Is that right? Back in the mid-90s?
Yeah, it was late 90s.
All right. But you agree with these comments, both, I guess, down below here, that with regard to the conditions included in the personnel rules and regulations being governed by 7.40, that allowing certain things to be handled by the arbitrator would be a violation of that provision?
We're coming to that.
What state were we supposed to be?
It's the same issue.
No, right now we're only on 3. If we get out of line here and start arguing over different ones.
I would ask then that the word reasonable be inserted between city managers and
Just one final comment. Reasonable opinion is the opinion of the person that offered their opinion in the first place. So I'm not sure how much substance or weight that would give to this particular ordinance. One thing I would say to the council as a whole, with all due respect, I haven't heard the city attorney say this. There is nothing that precludes the council from dropping that phrase altogether. And confidential employees means employees who in the city opinion acts as, or just confidential employees who act in an advisory capacity. And if there's a dispute, then clearly there must be a mechanism for a body such as yours to review it. What you do by passing this in the form and fashion that is written, you preclude yourself from forever having any input, offering any insight, or even for that matter, giving your own city manager any direction relative to the consent and consensus of your respective body. I can assure you, as sure as the sun will rise tomorrow, if any city manager, and take this city manager out of the equation, if you will, begun wholesale exclusion of employees based on that ever-ending authority that you're giving them, if you choose to give them this on his opinion, we would be before you, but we will be before you and your hands will be tied because you just regulated, you just legislated the opinion of an individual without the ability to bring it back to your body. So I would suggest to move on that we just strike that, and I don't think a reasonable person or reasonable people will reasonably disagree over what it is. The confidential definition is usually a definition in and of itself. The adding of the phrase in the city manager's opinion is very unique here in Commerce City.
Was that in the form of ordinance?
I don't believe it was, but honestly, I think
That's something that we had.
I think it was a clarification that perhaps came from even Mark Semple when we reviewed it as a mechanism for putting some finality on it and not having to bring it to the city council or through a formal agreement kind of procedure with through the collective bargaining agreement.
Well,
the city manager is the person under our charter that's responsible for the administrative actions of the city. Who better than the city manager can determine who is acting in an advisory capacity or support capacity to an individual who directly participates in the formulation of management policies? That's what the city manager does. So I don't know what the issue is. I mean, we're trying to make something we're making a mountain out of a molehill. That's what we're doing. And we could be here until 5 o'clock in the morning if we want to proceed this way.
Yes. Well, Mr. Gaylor, do you agree that adding the word reasonable makes it more of an objective standard as opposed to a subjective standard?
That serves no purpose, really, because he's already responsible to act reasonably. If he acted unreasonably, he'd be in violation of this. Your word appropriate, I thought, was a good amendment. I go along with that.
Ms. Kirsch?
Well, I'm not trying to cause you any more heartburn, Mr. Bailey, but I would like to see city manager's opinion totally stricken from there, because no matter who our city manager is, there's guidelines here. People have job descriptions. In those job descriptions, it tells whether you're confidential, what you do. So I think it would be a very easy thing to say who's excluded, even if we strike city manager's opinion, because the city manager can write job descriptions stating that this is a confidential employee, that they have a business that is of the city's interest, that they should not be in the bargaining unit. I'll play devil's advocate. I mean, I don't know if you had a city manager who was yippee pro-union and said, well, everybody's in then because it's in his opinion. And so I think you should be very careful when you're using terms such as opinion. I think we want a document that no matter who's looking at this, it's pretty clear and precise. And then I don't know why we keep going to Thornton. Thornton's struggling the same as we are, trying to come up with something new. I don't know why we're not going to cities where these processes have been established, why we're not looking at our FOP, because this isn't the first time we've done this, but no, we keep going to Thornton, who is even further behind this than what we are.
Mr. McElvain?
Mr. Gaylor, I just want to seek a clarification of my understanding of the document that we're going over tonight. Some weeks ago, if we can focus on, I mean, I'm trying my best to listen to you guys. The document that we are going over contains effectively red line edits, right? We have blocks of text that have been called out. We had a discussion some weeks ago that said, let's allow Mr. Gaylor and Mr. Lee to talk offline, work through a series of discussions, and come back with a document that highlights where the changes have occurred and where there are outstanding points of discussion. We just had 20 minutes of discussion on an item that I see a big green block of text that says there is no objection to this amendment because it clarifies the position. Are we looking at the items that receive change and still have an outstanding bit of discussion necessary tonight, or are we going to go through every sentence?
In my discussion with Mr. Lee, the only item that was in the topic of our discussion had to do with what you see in the blue and purple. He was going to provide me a list of employees who would be designated by the department director by position. No, and we didn't have a time frame in there, but since I didn't get the list, I chose to say had to be done within 30 days, and that was a substitute for actually providing those names. That was what he and I discussed. We did not discuss the first few lines of this, and also as a clarification, I misspoke. It was Inglewood that was used. Martin Semple just advised me. It wasn't Thornton. It was Inglewood's provision that was used in this language here.
Relative to that, Councilman Fidelli, your point is well taken. I and the city attorney had extensive conversation regarding each provision in their totality. And this particular provision, although I did raise objections with the city attorney and did raise concern, I didn't find it necessary to, that was something that we can live with. I heard remark from the city council asking my opinion, my thoughts relative to it, and I shared it with the city council. I do not necessarily agree with the manager's opinion, but as I said, it's something I can live with. I've shared my concerns. It's nothing that I'm necessarily disputing. But if I had my way, I would get to rewrite the document in its totality. So I heard concern from some of the members of the council, and I want to be honest and really share my perspective relative to us actually finding it objectionable, but not objectionable to the extent that it caused us to lose focus of the big picture.
This is what the hill to die on.
What's that?
This is not the hill to die on.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Can we get support on the only part that we were going to change? I don't even remember what it was before. It's all appropriate. Okay. Any challenge with that section being approved, just changing the word that was appropriate? Seeing none, let's go forward to the next one, Mr. Gallo.
Okay, the next one is section 2-5001, right to bargain collectively. That provision where the request in the discussion that I had with Mr. Lee included, as you see in red, the fringe benefits and working conditions. That provision, if you add that in there, would be in violation of 7.4 parens O of the city charter, since that provision specifically states the city manager is responsible for recommending the personnel rules to the city council. By allowing the suggested change, if an impasse occurs, an arbitrator would be making the recommendations to the city council. And having the recommendation come from an arbitrator instead of from the city manager would violate the city charter. And the same argument really applies to subparagraph 2, where it talks about management rights reserved. And we might move to that one also because they're similar type issues. Again, under the city charter, the city manager is responsible for the hiring, suspending, transferring, and discharging employees. Now, if you had that a subject of collective bargaining, you are then changing the provisions of the charter which provide that particular authority being with the city manager. So if you have an employee that's going to be transferred to another position, that's the city manager's responsibility and prerogative. Now, it all comes back to purse strings, and the city council has the purse strings. So if there's a situation that is going to create an addition to the budget, that is going to be within the city council to decide whether or not you're going to budget for that kind of activity. But the city charter does say it's the city manager's decision, and that kind of decision is not subject to terms of the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, Mr. Ray.
Mr. Gaylor, could you just go over some examples of fringe benefits?
For example, a fringe benefit would include vacation, would include time that's allowed or pay that's allowed for under the 401k provisions. Those are two examples that come to mind. Maybe Karen Stevens has another example or two. She works with personnel more than I do.
Well, holiday time would be another fringe benefit. Other fringe benefits might include bilingual pay that the city gives.
Health insurance.
Health insurance. I'm just trying 7 plan that we offer employees as well. All of those I see as part of the personnel policies that we've established that would probably qualify as what I would think of as fringe benefits.
So things like vacation time are categorized under fringe benefits instead of general leave?
Well, we have general leave, which is really our vacation time and sick time. And so, it goes back to what you define as the term fringe benefit. But in the broadest sense, I would think fringe benefit is your sick time and vacation time, which we call general leave, as well as military time, all of those kinds of bereavement leave, that kind of stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Carson?
Well, first of all, it says conditions are included in the personnel rules and regulations. That would be replaced, I'm assuming, with the collective bargaining agreement, which is no different than we have an employee handbook now. Then it would go to that. I don't know. I don't think I am confused because the charter speaks of the city manager's functions. They're subject to the provisions of this charter and ordinances and regulations of the city. We are creating an ordinance now. And so what we're creating now is going to be the functioning thing. It's not that it's against the charter. The charter speaks of creating an ordinance. It's also speaking in here of, I don't know where this stops the city manager's right to come to city council and make recommendations. It does. It's non-binding arbitration is what I'm reading in here, so it doesn't take any of that away. The city manager, Mr. Taylor, am I incorrect?
No, you're absolutely right, and that's the key to my point, is that the city manager comes to the city council with recommendation, but see, if an impasse is reached in the enforcement or in reaching an agreement under this collective bargaining agreement, then it goes to an arbitrator, and the arbitrator makes the recommendation to the city council, not the city manager. And that's where we run afoul.
I didn't read that on there, so I'm sorry. Where is it saying that?
The arbitrator makes the recommendation. That you will find toward the end of the ordinance. You have that right hand, Sharon? What's that?
But it just says it's having the recommendations. It doesn't state that is going to be the law. It says the recommendation.
It's the council that
That's correct. That's correct. So everybody still has.
But who makes the recommendation? That's the question. See, if an impasse is reached under this collective bargaining agreement, the arbitrator gets it, and the arbitrator makes the recommendation.
And the arbitrator is supposed to be a neutral party.
Right, and under the charter, it's the city manager who has to make the recommendation, not the arbitrator.
So it would be a neutral party bringing the presentation forward to city council for city council to make a decision. I don't really have a problem with that. Not that I'm trying to take powers away from the city manager, because I guess I really don't see. I'm trying to reflect on how many times I don't know if I've ever been involved in a negotiations that lead to impasse. This idea of bargaining in good faith, I think when we bargain in good faith, the chances of going to impasse are very slim. And with it, I think we're saying that we're up here and we're going to give our employees the right to bargain, but we're taking everything away they're going to bargain for. So.
Not really, because it's ultimately the city council that will make the decision in any event. An arbitrator makes recommendations on certain issues, but under the charter, the city manager makes recommendations on those limited provisions. And what my point is that you can't deviate from the charter by giving the recommendation authority to an arbitrator on those issues that the city manager has to make the recommendations on.
Am I reading this incorrect though when it speaks of provisions of the charter and ordinances and regulations? Because this is an ordinance now being created.
So this ordinance would be, in a sense, passing on to an arbitrator if an impasse is reached.
So
And the
it
charter-
is legal, it's not going against the charter then?
It would go against the charter if you provide in here that if there's an impasse, it goes to the arbitrator. That's against the charter. It can't go to an arbitrator if there's an impasse on those issues. It has to.
Can you go to an arbitrator if they're in impasse?
Yeah. Yes, because that's the charter amendment
And so, because it was amended, because it was a vote by the public?
by the citizens, right? And that's the difference.
Okay. Mr. Benson? Yes, Mr. Gaylord, in the language that Ms. Carson just read about an ordinance, what does that mean? It doesn't mean that an ordinance on this subject can change the charter, or that it gives discretion to the council to pass an ordinance that might carry out what the charter says. What exactly does that mean? An example of what an ordinance would be under that provision of the charter.
Can you tell me which one you're looking at, which language you're pulling that language from?
Right now, I'm looking at city manager, so section 7.4, and it's C.
So what that is saying is that the city manager makes decisions on transferring and disciplining and suspending, subject to the regulations and ordinances passed by the city council. So if city council wanted to pass an ordinance that gave the procedure for suspending, they certainly could do that. But what this proposes to do is to not have that procedure done by ordinance, but to punt it back to the collective bargaining agreement, which is why you run afoul. So yes, you're passing an ordinance, but the ordinance doesn't detail how to discharge and transfer. It gives that authority, contrary to the charter, to the collective bargaining agreement, and makes his decision and process is subject to a contract as opposed to an ordinance.
If appropriate, I may make
I still got people up here, sir.
But again, we're talking about issues that are not disputed.
Mr. Arena? I had one more question. If someone is fired, what is their remedy under this ordinance?
Under the collective bargaining ordinance or under the charter right now?
Well, under the charter and under this ordinance, however this ordinance might modify that or change it, I guess what we're saying is that the ordinance can't modify the charter, but I'd just like to know, what is the remedy of a person who is fired and they think that they were wrongfully fired? Is this ordinance going to change that? Is the collective bargaining agreement going to change that, or is it just going to go back to the way it has always been?
Yes, City Council passed several years ago in 2002 the employee handbook, and in fact, we'll be getting personnel policies in the near future, which will be revised from the 2002. That outlines exactly what the procedure is for somebody who has a serious discipline. I think for the most part, that's you get notice of the proposed discipline, the employee does, and then they have an opportunity to meet with the director to give their side of the events, and then if in fact the discipline is either a 3-day suspension, more than a 3-day suspension, or a termination, there's an appeal procedure to the city manager, and then even beyond that to the hearing officer.
The hearing officer?
Yeah.
Administrative law judge?
We have a commission under our charter, which is really, the council has appointed a hearing officer to act as that employee commission. And so they hear it, and it's a lawyer. Steve Dahl is our hearing officer, and he hears these employment cases from time to time. We haven't had any in probably a year.
But he takes an oath of impartiality?
Yes, he does.
All right.
Mr. Bowman?
After reading all of these, and it goes back to still everyone, section 7.4-0 of the city charter, but then when you get to section 2, 5005 of unresolved issues, submissions to an arbitration, what exactly is going to go to arbitration if nothing can go to arbitration?
Things that could go to arbitration would be the wages, the things that are outlined in what's allowed to collectively bargain. So things along the lines of education incentive, work hours, dues collection, and we've got down here general leave, and if authorized, fair share contribution. So if there's disputes about those are what would go to arbitration.
So if a bargaining unit or if employees submitted for a bargaining unit, a union, because of working conditions, what you're basically saying is what they might be asking for to improve working conditions is what you're not going to let them bargain for.
I think you're, at some level you're right, that under our charter, there's very little that you can allow for them to collectively bargain without a charter amendment, which is probably why the FOP went that route. But I will tell you that if you look at the FOP contract, all of these things in red are exempted out of the FOP contract. They specifically provide that discipline and discharge and work assignments and those kinds of things are not the subject of that contract. So in some ways, the charter amendment for the police FOP looks fairly broad, but the actual contract really deals with wages and holidays, those kinds of things, what holiday pay they get, and those kinds of things.
Okay. That effectively answers my question because you can only do what you can do according to the charter. Mr. Williams?
Karen, under the amendment for the FOP, it's my understanding, and I've gone through these negotiations now, that the FOP is allowed to bargain for fringe benefits and working conditions, correct?
They are allowed to bargain for them. The FOP contract itself just exempts those out and basically punts on them and says, these are going to be management, we're going to leave these to management, and these aren't a part of this contract. So yes, the charter amendment allows it, but the FOP contract then doesn't go into that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Bullock, I can certainly sympathize with your frustration over what this apparently means. I think we've heard from both our city attorneys and Mr. Stemple that leaving those decisions to make recommendations up to the arbitrators is a violation of the charter. It's going to take a charter amendment to do something about that, and that might be something that we'll be looking at next spring or next summer to get on the ballot for next fall. I don't know, but I think it is going to take a charter amendment to agree around it. Do you agree with that, Mr. Gammon?
Yes, but I want to give council a comfort level, Mr. Lee, a little comfort level also on this same issue. The final decision maker in this process is the city council. Whether the recommendations come from the arbitrator or recommendations come from the city manager, the recommendations are being made to the city council.
Right.
So it's not like you're taking away things that are totally unavailable. It's the city council that has the final say with these issues.
Will we have the final say in the event that an employee was fired into the complete process and wasn't satisfied?
No, that's the hearing officer. That's in our personnel rules and regulations that provides for the tenure protections that an employee has if that kind of adverse personnel action is taken against him. He has an appeal process that's ultimately taken by a hearing officer. That would not come to the city council, because that's what I'm talking about, the procedure that would be in effect, not the actual activity of an individual employee.
And is there any appeal from the decision of the hearing officer? Or is that the final decision?
No, that'd be Rule 104, 106 to the city, to the district court.
Mr. Bullock?
And I mean, to expedite this a little further, and I know that this, if all the subjects that we're going to run into are under the city charter of section 4, either O or C, and definitely we can't change the city charter tonight. You know, if those items that are written in red can't come under collective bargaining or arbitration, I'm just, I'm trying to understand, are we fighting a windmill then in discussing them?
Mr. Gannon?
Yes, that's why I have those in red, and that's why they're not subject to action by the city council. But I reiterate that if you don't have it in this collective bargaining agreement, the city manager is making the recommendations on issues that aren't handled by a hearing officer, it still falls back into the hands of the city council.
Okay, I'm going to need you to help me a minute. Which means that all of the sections from 2/5001 written in red are nothing that we can change. So we leave them as you have changed them. We go on to the next one. Am I correct or not correct?
That's my position.
Okay. Council okay with that position?
We don't have an opportunity to hear before we make a determination.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. I knew you asked and I forgot. I apologize, sir. Yes.
And one of the things, again, I just want to reemphasize to the council, as city attorney has indicated, these are some of the recommendations, and obviously these recommendations are formed with the assistance and guidance of the city manager, and they appropriately should be. If I was the city manager,
I might interrupt. City manager had no role in my drafting of this ordinance.
if I was the city manager and I would want all, let me just say, I work with municipalities across the country. This particular city, for whatever reason, appears to be giving, and it has nothing to do with the charter, because the charter that you have is not unique to our city, and I will call it our city. You give this city manager extraordinary power with very little checks and balances. Let me just say, and that's why I said earlier, Mayor, we may be at the end of this, one of the issues that the city attorney finds objectionable is the usage of an arbitrator to bring recommendation. Why don't we just wipe out the arbitrator? Kill that whole argument right there. The union does not find it objectionable that we exclude an arbitrator for this particular provision of the ordinance. And I would also say to the council, because what you're really doing, when you really think about it, and what you've been asked to do, is to negotiate a contract right now. You're negotiating what's in, and you're negotiating what's out. And I don't know how anybody can say general leave is not a fringe benefit. But they said we can negotiate general leave. I don't know how anyone can say that an educational incentive that an employer provides is not a fringe benefit. But if you listen closely, they say, when I say they, I mean that disrespectfully, city attorney and their representatives say that we can negotiate educational incentives. And then I listened to the deputy city attorney. She talked about the things in FOP and how they really don't negotiate a number of things. Well, take a moment and look at their contract. Unlike what's been asked here, they actually negotiate fair share, and that's the way it should be. It shouldn't be legislated up here. They negotiate the grievance procedure. It shouldn't be legislated up here. They negotiate work hours and shift bids, and I'm reading from the list. They negotiate retiree health insurance, general insurance, vision insurance, active pay, bilingual pay, holiday pay, uniforms, pension. They negotiate all those things, contrary to the representation of the deputy city attorney. So let's strike the whole clause about an arbitrator relative to this, and that should address the city's issue. And contrary to the city attorney's position relative to, and I do read this ordinance, it says that the city managers have jurisdiction subject to the charter, which everybody keeps talking about the charter, but it also goes on to specify and ordinances and regulations of the city. Clearly you have the authority to create an ordinance. And if you want to create an ordinance that says, this is how we want to resolve this issue, and I agree with the city attorney, take the arbitrator out, create an ordinance that deals with these issues, you're free to do that. What some municipalities have done, including the city of Thornton, I might add, since we tend to reference that one a lot, it put language in there that says, and this is what I would propose, instead of simply defining the problem, offering you a solution. Solution one is to wipe out the arbitrator so we don't have the charter conflict arbitrator versus city manager. And solution number two, all matters not specified, because the charter does specify some of the things that the city manager has authority over, but all matters not specified in the city charter shall be subject to collective bargaining. And I believe that's the intent. And ultimately, as the city attorney accurately pointed out, in the final analysis, these decisions come back to you. Remove the buffer of an arbitrator and add the provision in that all matters not specified in the city charter shall be negotiated. If you, and this is a hill to die on, I might add, Councilman Malcolm, if you pass this ordinance, you've essentially gutted any negotiation. You've essentially gutted any real discussion between the employees and their city manager. Because you said the city manager has 99.9% control. Come talk to me about General Lee. Come talk to me about educational incentive. But don't talk to me about the things that are near and dear, the bread and butter issues that I just read across relative to the FOP. And I guarantee you that are not specified, as the city attorney seems to suggest, that are not specified in the city charter that gives the city manager absolute authority and control over it. It defeats the purpose of having the parties sit down and talk if you tell them you can talk about these 5 things, but you can't talk about the 95 other things that are important to you.
You know, I think it's probably just maybe a little of my frustration going out. But it seems in the beginning, you all had the chance to send this to the citizens the same way you could have done that the police department did. You could have wrote exactly the same contract, send it to the citizens, and we wouldn't be fighting for the next 4 hours because the different sides seem to feel we need to put this and it needs to look just like the police department. Wouldn't it have been a whole lot easier to have done what we tried to do in the beginning and send it out to the vote, and you could have written it any way you wanted? But instead now we're fighting over words. Every sentence. And I come here thinking that the two of you have worked together.
We have.
And yet, every time someone from one side of this group or the other says, what if we take this whole section out? Well, that doesn't sound like we even talked about it. And I apologize. I apologize because my frustration is showing here. And I know that's not my place. But I'm at a point where I don't know how we're ever going to get through 7 pages of this.
Well, we're almost, if we get over this hurdle, Mr. Mayor.
This is the hill to die on.
Let me just point out.
And I have 3 more council people who want to talk when you're done, Mr. Gale.
Okay. I just want to point out that Section 2-5001, parens 1, specifically states that collective bargaining regarding dues collection, wages, work hours, education incentives, generally, and if the election authorizes it, fair share contributions. Those are all subject to collective bargaining. And the wages, of course, are always the big one. The word fringe benefit and working conditions were deleted at my request because they're too broad. They include those things, but they include other things too that aren't subject to negotiations for the reason I stated. So those things are included. If by taking out fringe benefits, we're not taking out things like work hours, wages, dues collection, education and savings, general leave, they all stay in. You with me on that?
I'm definitely with you, but yeah, I'm definitely with you.
So, now, also, I want council to know that Mr. Lee and I spent, I think it was close to 2 hours going through this thing. So it wasn't like it was an exercise in futility. I am disappointed tonight that so many things are being brought up that he and I were not in disagreement on. We were in agreement on it. But things keep coming up this evening that I had no expectation that they were going to be raised by council if Mr. Lee didn't object and I didn't object. But we are seeing that. But that's the council's prerogative, so I'm not being critical of that, but I just don't want it to appear to the council that I didn't do my job, or that Mr. Lee didn't do what he was expected to do. We met, we reached agreement on a number of things.
I've apologized a number of times, and it's not at the two of you. It seems like we've got it together, but that's not what's happening tonight. Ms. Carson.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I would say I'm also frustrated. I feel like we're setting up here and we're negotiating the contract.
Yes.
I don't know why we're negotiating the contract. They're the employees. They are the ones that should negotiate this contract. I don't want to negotiate whether they get fair share. I don't want to negotiate any of that. I don't know why we are doing it. And then, when you hear from employees, I will tell you, the employees that I have heard from, none of them are having a problem thinking they're underpaid. They all think that their pay is well. They think that their benefits are well. The word right here, and if I'm seeming a little upset, is because I have employees coming to me wanting a collective bargaining agreement because of working conditions, because they do not like their working conditions. So as a representative of the city, as a representative of employees, I feel that I have to set up here and really open-mindedly try to give them something that they can go in and they can do the negotiating. I don't want to do it. I don't work here. I don't know what's going on. Let them sit at the table and negotiate the items instead of us setting up here trying to negotiate them. Because, Mr. Mayor, you're right. We'll probably have it 2:30 in the morning.
Yes. Mr. Benson.
Mr. Gator, would you have any objection to what Mr. Lee suggested, that we just put in that all matters not covered by the charter are subject to collective bargaining? That would be a conflict with the charter, would it?
No, that wouldn't be a conflict. If you say all matters not subject to the charter.
Well, I would ask that we do that.
So you're talking about amending the last, that paragraph dealing with the arbitrator?
Yes, let me do these two people and then, Are you waiting for an answer, Mr. Benson, or is that just while we're working? Let me tell you what I got. I got two more people up here. My lights are all going on. My message board is all going on. We need a break before people start to disappear. So if it's okay, Ms. Peter, if you want to say your say, and if Mr. Bullock says his, and then we'll take a 10-minute break.
Well, I just want to ask, just as a follow-up, is that acceptable if we ever to you and Mr. Woody?
I don't know what that would accomplish. On the face of it, it doesn't sound like there's a problem with it, but this is totally a new issue for me. And I'd like to talk to Karen Stevens. I'd like to talk to Martin Semple.
And it's not a council decision what he's bringing up. What he's asking you to do has not been agreed by the other 8 people. Okay? Ms. Peter.
Yes, I've had so many things to say for someone, and I forgot part of them, but I thank both of you for working together. And as these dissections of these questions and all start taking place, it did kind to somewhat, I felt that maybe you didn't work together. So if you were not objective to many of these things, and some council members are bringing all these up, I say let's go forward and get as much done as we can tonight. I was one that wanted it to go to a vote of the people. Then we wouldn't have these charter issues to be concerned with. So I'm like Councilwoman Carson. We don't need to dissect this anymore. Let's go forward.
Mr. Bullock.
I was going to ask the same question of Mr. Gaylor that Mr. Vincent asked about the language that was just proposed. If you want to huddle with your legal team and we take a break, I would suggest that, because what I want to do is go through. We know there's some items that we can't deal with because of the charter. But if we can drop the arbitrator and say exactly what was said, and it isn't going to be arbitrary language that's going to change this in any way, let's get it done and let's do it, because I feel that, just like Ms. Carson said, the employees that I have talked to, none of them care about money or anything like that whatsoever. It was working conditions. Working conditions was one of the number one things that was brought before the employees. Working conditions is one of the number one things I brought before Jerry and my one-on-one. So this is not one of these items that is just being tossed aside because of the charter. It's an item that's near and dear to them, or they wouldn't be here. So let's take that break as the mayor suggested. You huddle with Mr. Simple and Ms. Stevens, and when we come back, let's hope that we can move forward and get done with this and make something that makes us proud and employees.
And again, you only heard voices from 2 of 9. Thank you. We'll be on break. I'm showing 9 of 3. We'll be back here at 9:15. Well,
understand everybody has to wear blue on my house. We're You know, I think an objection to this city council member's not going to work. I'm there.
Oh, yeah?
Let's go to lunch. Or they would call it, where they practice, or where they
That one, yes. Okay, I'm actually showing 9:16, which means I'm even late on what I said. If we can get everybody back to their seats, it would be a big help. Mr. Gaylor, when we finally get back to our seats, I'm going to go to you first. I don't know where we are. Okay. It's too big. Control. And Mr. Gaylor, I'm going to go to you to start because I'm not really sure where we stopped. You have an idea.
We were on section 2-5001.
Okay.
And we're talking about subparagraph 1 and subparagraph 2 to combine really similar issues. And in the course of, or during the break, Karen Stevens, Martin Semple, I, and Alan Lee discussed paragraph 1, which is really the heart of what we're talking about. And it says that, subparagraph 1, collective bargaining shall be allowed regarding dues collection, wages, work hours, education incentives, generally, and then authorizes fair share contributions if approved in the election process in the other section. We have agreed to recommend to this council that we add insurance contribution levels and uniforms to those collective bargaining issues. And if the council goes along with that recommendation, then we can move on.
And I hate doing this, this is going to bite me. If we have a rough year, that winds up being one of their things. We still have the ability to say no.
City council has the final say
Okay,
in this whole process.
That's what I thought. I don't get it. Does anyone in council have a challenge with the changes as stated by Mr. Gill? Mr. Murray?
Just a quick question, Mr. Giller. Those two provisions are in lieu of fringe benefits and working conditions?
Right.
Okay.
Any other person? Seeing none, does anyone move on, Mr. Gaylor?
Okay, the next provision then has to do with section 2-5002.
Okay. Petition number 1, is that it? Okay.
Now, that provision, as you'll notice, the last sentence was a request from Mr. Lee on behalf of the employees, and I, as city attorney, did not object to that. I thought it was a good clarification, because what it's saying is that if there is a petition filed by the employees for removal of the selected employee organization, it shall not be permitted during the period of the collective bargaining agreement is in effect, except there is a window, January 1 to January 31, which allows that if there's going to be, it gives that 1 month window, and then a year's period of time, almost a year, because it expires December 31, in order to make other arrangements regarding collective bargaining, if there's going to be another organization or if there's going to be none.
Again, I apologize, but with the FOP, it's sometime in the middle of the year. This is in January.
This wording is identical from the FOP.
Okay.
Is that right here?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So, no objection.
Is there any objection or discussion from council on this particular item? Mr. Lee? None? Good. All right. We will take that as yes. Go on to the next one, sir.
Okay, now, the next one has to do with the vote for certifying the sufficiency of a petition. And it says that an employee organization shall only be selected if at least, and there's considerable discussion by the council on this 51% or 50% plus 1. As it turns out, that issue is really academic, because since there's less than 100 employees in the proposed bargaining unit, it would be the same. So for that reason, I'm not objecting to that 50% plus 1, and that was Mr. Lee's request, to be 50% plus 1. So that's why you see it in blue or purple up there. That is not an objection from this quarter, unless somebody in the council has an objection. But I want to reassure you, 51% or 50% plus 1 in our organization comes out the same. So we want
Questions or comments from council on this particular part?
Okay, moving on.
No, you do that one now. Ms. Carson?
Well, are we accepting the 50 plus on Mr. Gaylord, is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You okay?
If it's in blue or purple, as Karen says purple, I said blue.
Yes, blue on ours.
Then it means we're recommending it, and Mr. Lee didn't have an objection to it. It's in blue.
Thank you. If there's any way that we can work that up, the ballot measures that are coming up, we'll do that.
Now, the
If
next
they don't
issue
vote, no.
is how you count the votes. Members of the bargaining unit or votes cast. And that's one that Mr. Lee and I struggled with, and we knew that there was a split on the council on that, and our agreeing to it wouldn't make any difference, I don't think. So it's really an issue for the council.
And Mr. Marino.
We talked a little bit about hills not to die on. This is a hill I am prepared to die on. Because I think that this is undemocratic and unfair. We have language currently in our charter for the FOP establishing the number of votes cast in an election. I just don't see why we're willing to treat our employees here differently from our FOP. I don't understand that. I think it's unfair for us to do that, and we're going against something that's already in our charter.
I think you're right on there, sir, but let's see what other people think. Mrs. Carson.
Well, I agree with Councilman Marino, other than I would say treating them different than our police officers. We treat them in a way that's not even American. Isn't this how we hold American elections? Is we count the votes that were cast? Because like I said a minute ago, if I could have a perfect world, this is probably the first time I would like to adopt that, and it's over these ballot measures. If you don't know, it's enough. But I can't do that. I have to stand by what we have decided is an election process. All of us up here, I know, share the sentiment. If you don't vote, then you sit back quietly because you just don't count it. You didn't cast your opinion. You didn't play like the rest of us did. And so you just step back and take it. I would even have this argument even if you told me that the people who didn't vote were going to be yes, because it's still, like Councilman Marino said, it's not democratic. You just can't count votes that were not voted.
This isn't even a molehill that you'll have to die. You won't even have to get in here on this one, sir. Mr. Bullock.
I agree with the last two sentiments.
Mr. Benson.
Well, as was pointed out a couple of weeks ago, if that was the rule, that it'd be the total members, none of us would have been elected as of 0907. Because nobody, because we have 15,000 or more registered voters, nobody got 7,500 votes.
Oh, no, she didn't. Yeah. No, you're right, sir.
It's just, it's ridiculous.
Ms. Snyder.
Well, I just have to echo in and say I agree with everything that's being said here. We have to do this right and fair and democratic, and there's just no other way. It has to be done right.
Said differently, is there any issue with what's on paper?
I can't, well, except we had to pick one. That was the only thing. You had to pick one or the other. So I would imagine what I'm hearing is it's on votes cast rather than members of the bargaining unit.
So that was the way you won?
Does anybody disagree with that? I mean, it'd be pretty tough. I mean, no matter which side of the issue you're on, it'd be tough.
So we'll make it votes cast.
Votes cast. So any objection from the council on changing that to votes cast? Being none, on to the next one, sir.
Okay, next one is, it would be then on number 2. Well, let's see, membership dues, 503.
503 is what I'm saying.
Okay, 503. Now we're talking about payment of membership dues. And then the question becomes, if the council wants to allow the payment of membership dues to be subject to negotiations for inclusion in the bargaining agreement, which means payment can be withheld from the employee's paycheck on payment of dues, or in the alternative, it's not subject to the bargaining agreement, and in that event, then it would be up to the union to worry about collecting the dues or expelling the member who doesn't pay. Perhaps Mr. Lee can add some clarity to what I just said, that I think I understand.
Mr. Lee, when you when you do the explanation, could you also include what it means when you say member? Is that everybody that's in the group that's in the union, or just the people who sign to the union? Ms. Carson, did you ever know before Mr. Lee?
Members, to the mayor's question, members are individuals who voluntarily sign a membership card and are dues-paying members. A separate definition is the collective bargaining unit. You can be a member of the unit without necessarily being a member of the union per se, meaning you would reap the benefits and the fruit, if you will, of anything that's negotiated because you're part of the collective bargaining unit. So that's the difference there. It is unheard of, and I'm sure outside counsel probably can speak to this better than I can, insofar that I know he represents a number of employers. I am not aware of a single employer in the state of Colorado that does not do, maybe ironically correct, I guess.
That's what I did the same thing, so it's okay.
And I don't know of an employer that does not, once a unit has been certified and recognized as the employee bargaining unit, that precludes itself from doing dues deduction. You do dues deduction for the FOP. So once you become a unit, and generally speaking, and I've said this to the city attorney, generally speaking, these are not covered in the ordinance, but are rather negotiated at the negotiations table with the employee representative. So we would ask that dues deduction be, if we want to do it here, that we authorize the employer to deduct.
As I just pointed out to Mr. Lee, the issue of dues deduction is covered in Section 2-5001, Phrase 1. It's a bargaining right. So dues deduction is already allowed as an item for the collective bargaining agreement. So what this would pertain to, when I might, if I may, Mr. Mayor, ask Mr. Lee, if some employee doesn't pay dues and it's not being collected from his wages, then what do you do? Do you say he's not a member of the union?
He's a member of the bargaining unit, but not necessarily a member of the unit. And that, I want to deal with the fair share issue when appropriate. And I think we're getting there if we're not already there.
We're talking about the dues right now. If I may continue with this question, because it helps me answer for the council. So don't you expel him from the membership in the union if he doesn't pay his dues?
Correct.
Okay, so this item may not really be an issue then, because payment of such dues shall not be a condition of employment.
Well, and I know this is in the green part, but this is the one thing that really bugged me that I didn't like. In fourth line, it says if payment is not received, the employee will be subject to termination. Is that termination from the union or from his job?
From the job.
Well, if you put that the payment of such membership dues shall not be a condition of employment, then the termination would only be from membership in the union.
Thank you.
If you make it a condition of employment, then what you're saying is that
non-payment of membership dues would result in a termination of employment. Does that make sense?
It does, and when you're reading it, certain things just catch you. Yeah, thank you. Not on this particular one. Or do we need to fix it?
I am confused.
So am I, sir.
Because one of the things we wanted to talk about is we believe that fair share and dues deduction is the appropriate place for negotiation. And the city attorney just pointed out that we're going to negotiate dues deduction, and generally speaking, not to negotiate for the employer. The employer generally say, okay, with due deduction, if you give us A, B, and C. And dues deduction is an important issue to the employee organization. So generally, you negotiate that as opposed to legislating that. Also, you negotiate whether or not a fair share provision is contained in a contract. And please keep in mind, Mayor and members of the council, as City Attorney pointed out earlier, ultimately, whether you do dues deduction, whether you do fair share, comes back before your honorable body, not between the city manager or the employee organization. I point out that in your contract with the FOP, the city has negotiated dues deduction and fair share language. And I submit to you, appropriately, that is the subject of negotiation. Will we raise the issue of dues deduction? Absolutely. Is the city obligated to do it? No. Will we probably do it? Probably yes. Will we raise the issue of fair share? Absolutely. Is the city obligated to do it? Absolutely not. Will you do it? That is a decision that sometimes cuts both ways. But to legislate or try to legislate fair share in the ordinance, you undermine the negotiation process. And even the city charter didn't preclude or include the FOP from having fair share. The city negotiated fair share, and the city council ultimately ratified fair share. That discussion to me is premature, and I said this to the city attorney about our objection to negotiating the contract relative to dues collection and fair share before your bodies. But that's an issue we will have some deep discussion about.
I've read that fair share section a couple of times. Can you kind of put it into something that I'm good on? I'm sorry, I just don't understand what that means.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, if we could. This paragraph 1 is talking about membership dues, not by members of the union. Payment of dues by members of the union.
Okay.
Paragraph 2 then gets into the fair share issue. So
we need to deal with the first one
first. Let's do it paragraph 1 first. Now, if I've been advised correctly, so non-payment of membership dues then causes a person to be expelled from the union.
Unless there is a fair share agreement.
Okay. I'm just talking about membership dues of members of the union. So then you expel them, then they fall into the fair share category.
Correct.
So,
I'm at a loss.
Okay, well, looking at paragraph 1, Karen, or Mark, is there any reason why we even need the part that's underlined in that? What if we left that out?
Given the fact that you've already reviewed and said it's okay to have negotiations regarding membership dues, frankly, my opinion is you don't need either one of them at this stage. And I don't think we lose anything by just not playing either one of them.
Okay. Terrific. Mr. Lee, does that work with you?
Yes, if we can read 1 and 2, that definitely I agree. Because you said we would negotiate.
Okay, so
right now we're only talking about 1, right?
Oh, just 1 of those.
Either one.
Okay, 1 is fine. Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Carson, did you have a...
Not now.
Not now? Okay.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for that.
Okay, now, anyone have any...
When we said we're deleting, Mr. Mayor, we're talking about deleting the portion that's underlined.
It's underlined, the deep black, the dark black. Is that correct? The first 4 lines are okay. Does anyone on council have any objection to those first 4 lines on membership dues? Seeing none, now we move on to...
Now we go to fair share. Okay, let me explain the process that is set out in paragraph 2. This is for an employee who chooses not to belong to the union. He's in the collective bargaining unit, but he's not in the union. So what that means then is the union negotiates, gets certain benefits that apply to all employees in the bargaining unit. So then the argument exists on behalf of the union that this employee who's not paying any dues otherwise is getting the benefit of what's been negotiated, so they should have to pay a fair share of the membership dues, even though they're not in the union. And that's what this paragraph 2 is talking about. Now, the process that's spelled out in this paragraph 2 talks about there is authorization for an election to determine whether those employees who are not in the union have to pay a fair share. And the process is this: either at least 75% or 50% plus 1 of the votes cast are in favor of authorizing the employee organization to engage in such negotiations. So that's in the ordinance now, and it's votes cast, as you notice. But it does say a supermajority, 75%, because it covers all employees, whether or not they're part of the union or not. They're part of the bargaining unit, but they're not in the union. They don't choose to be, and we're talking about who can vote and what the results of that election is. So let's assume that it passes. So then we have an election to authorize the negotiation of fair share. Now we're talking about negotiation yet at this point. It's not in effect. It's being negotiated. And then the process is that the petition, in order to get it on the ballot, must be signed by at least 50% or by 33% of the members of the bargaining unit. Karen, where did those numbers come from?
The 50% was what was in the original ordinance that was presented. 33% is what I believe Mr. Lee suggested to be based on what's in the charter right now regarding the FOP. Is that what's in the FOP, or is that
30 or 30? 30 or 33, I forget.
Can't say it's 33 because that's what we use. That's probably it. So 33% of the members of the bargaining unit sign a petition, and then the vote is taken, and then what's it take to pass it? Either 75% of the votes cast or 50% plus 1 of the votes cast. Now, the reason for the 75% is that the Labor Peace Act, which is the state law governing non-public employees, requires 75%. So the private sector is 75%. Correct me, Martin, if I'm misstating something here. So that's why that's going in there. The other is 33% suggested by Mr. Lee. So I think that's the first issue that the council needs to decide. For signing the petition, you want to require 75% of all the employees in the bargaining unit to sign the petition, or 33% of the members of the bargaining unit to sign the petition.
Can I read it in there as votes cast rather than members of the bargaining unit?
Right, it's votes cast. 50% or 33, and I don't know if I said 75 or misspoke.
No, what you said was the number of the bargaining unit.
Okay, 50%. Yeah.
Hold on. For the petition,
That's
it's either 50% or 33% of the members of the bargaining unit must sign the petition to get an election for the fair share. And then when the election is held, it's either 50% plus 1 or 75 of the votes cast.
That's correct.
Okay, sorry, got it. It's actually the other way. Ms. Carson?
Mr. Garrett, can we scratch this one also and send it up to negotiations along with membership dues?
The whole thing?
The fair share contribution? Can that be something that they negotiate over? Do we have to decide this here?
remember now you're talking about employees that are not even in the union, so they're not negotiating.
But I mean, at some point, why do we have to have a fair share language right now?
Because if you don't, then you've got those employees who are not in the union,
Correct.
don't have any rights. So this gives them rights because this allows them to vote in an election as to whether or not they're going to have to pay a fair share contribution. That's why it's suggested to be in here. Because you're not just talking
Maybe
about...
I'm confused. Typically, we have to, our employee groups, and it's usually years down the line, they come in and they negotiate for this. It's after they have had a contract and everything, and then they come in and negotiate.
But when you say they, are you talking about all the employees or just...
The negotiating team negotiates.
The union's negotiating, right?
The union's negotiating with the employer.
So this addresses the rights of all the employees in the bargaining unit, and that's why I'm even suggesting it be in there. Because otherwise, you don't have any provisions dealing with those employees who choose not to be in the bargaining unit.
Well, but I didn't know you could choose not to be in the bargaining unit.
I'm sorry. Who choose not to be in the employee organization. They're in the bargaining unit.
Right, they choose not to be a member.
They choose not to be in the employee organization, and it's the employee organization that's doing the negotiating.
So what we're saying is that you want to give these employees the right to have this election. And then 20 years from now, all those employees that voted on that no longer are here. And now you have a whole new group of employees who are having to function under something somebody else voted on. So I don't know why we have to have this figured out today. I don't know why these employees, at some point in time, because they will negotiate in good faith for every employee in this city. You don't negotiate just for the members, you negotiate for everyone. So whatever it is that they gain through that negotiating, the non-members also receive the same thing.
So
I don't see any harm done.
Who pays the dues then? Do they pay a fair share? Do they pay the whole thing? If you don't address it...
I would say they bring that to negotiations of how...
But what happens up front when, let's say you have 50 people in the unit, and the vote goes that says the unit will do it, but there's only, let's say, 15 that are in the union. What happens to the other 35? Do they pay into the union for dues?
Well, I'm assuming that if they pass this election,
Yeah.
50% of these employees will be union members,
Right.
because it's going to take 50% of the supporting the
Okay. Well, what happens to the other?
So your plus one makes it the largest majority that are in there negotiating.
Right.
And paying dues. Those non-dues paying employees are covered under everything.
But I think what Mr. Lee's saying is they want to have a fair share that they have to pay too.
Well, that's what, he is saying that, but I'm saying make them negotiate for it, and let's not negotiate.
So at this point, they wouldn't pay anything?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I understand what you're saying now.
I would agree that, generally speaking, until and unless you have your first collective bargaining agreement, no one would pay union dues. I also point out that, again, I think ultimately, Mayor and members of the council, this whole discussion and issue and determination of fair share will ultimately be determined by you. Assume argumento that the city manager agrees with the employee union, that we should have some type of fair share provision. He will bring that provision to the mayor city council for ratification. Very similar, I might add, and I have it in front of me. The city negotiated what they termed dues fair share checkoff that was signed on August 23rd by the mayor and ratified by the city council relative to the FOP. I'm only suggesting relative to this, we are in search of a solution to a problem that do not exist. Fair share will always be controversial. In every place in society, you have a group of individuals that if you don't have to pay for it, I wouldn't pay for it. I live in a homeowner association. They give assessments. We got to pay our fair share for the mediums and all those types of deals. A lighting assessment that the city may do a lighting assessment. Everybody benefits from the lights, but you have some people say, I don't want the lights, just turn them off. And I don't want to pay. So this is really likened to that. My only concern is, and I've shared this with the city attorney, is that we're negotiating this prematurely. Let us negotiate with the city manager. Let the city manager probably reflect the views and values of the city council and either say yay or nay, or say not now, maybe next year. Very similar with the FOP. We negotiated a dues fair share checkoff. This is not going to be our top priority, I can guarantee you that. But I can also guarantee you in all candor, at some point in time, we will raise the issue with the city, and the city attorney accurately pointed out that everyone in the unit, the bargaining unit, will benefit from the negotiation. So we will not be able to say, secretary in planning department, because you did not join the union or vote for the union, therefore the incentives that we just negotiated in terms of educational incentives, they don't apply to you. She or he will have the same access and opportunity. This will come down to a philosophical question at the end of the day. I just think the day is too soon.
So to cut to the chase, what you're saying here is that if an employee is not a member of the employee organization, doesn't want to pay, then the only remedy the union has is to ask the city manager and then ultimately to negotiate it to the city council if it becomes necessary to require some basis for having those employees pay. Is that the bottom line?
Yes, down the road.
Okay. So then what that means is that if there is an election, which is the way this is written, then the employees make the decision whether or not they're going to pay a fair share. Under the alternative approach is that it's negotiated and the city manager and the city council makes the decision. Do I summarize that?
Yes, but you use a standard that's not applicable. You use the standard of the Labor Peace Act, and even the standard that we use, the employees don't make the decision because we put all of these hurdles of 75%. Let me finish. We put all these hurdles in front of the particular employee. And while we want to protect employees' rights, we certainly do, and that's why we have a process that 1, you negotiate it, 2, the employees have to ratify it, 3, the city manager has to agree with it, 4, having said all of those different scenarios, the mayor and city council have to ultimately ratify it. We are creating a scenario here that sends a message to employees that you can get almost like Proposition 101. All you got to do is pay $10 for your car registration. You go get all the services that you want. This is an absolute form of a failure. But again, it's a question that we're asking prematurely. I believe employees will support it. I believe the union that is not a third party but representative of employees will support it. But we don't need to legislate this into an ordinance no more than we did not legislate it for the FOP. We negotiated it for the FOP. So every single police officer either is a member or currently pays fair share.
Okay, I think the point's been made. I laid out the 2 options. Either it's in the ordinance where the employees have their vote, or you leave it to negotiation where the city manager and ultimately the city council decides the issue.
Mr. Bellett?
Unions I've been in, it's one of the things that is negotiated. It comes back to the negotiating committee takes it back and negotiates it with the management, and they do it. So for us to do it now, before they even have a contract, they'd be paying for something that they haven't even negotiated step one for. So I think they should just start with negotiations first and bring it back to us like they did with FOP down the road after it's been taken care of.
Okay. Mr.
I too would agree with leaving it up for negotiations. I trust that the city manager would have the interest of both the members of the employee organization and the members who are not part of the employee organization. I trust him that he would have both of their interests at heart, and the city council would still ultimately have the same. So I'd be fine if it's left up to negotiations.
Together, there would be no problem with dropping this section out.
No, that would be then left to
Okay, I
negotiation.
only have two council members weighing in on this. If I could just come down the line, just to know to drop it or not drop it. Mr. Bullock, I'm going to take it that you're saying drop it.
Drop it.
Mr. McIntyre? Ms. Carson? My Benson? I'm going to say the same. Yeah.
Done.
I'm sorry. Drop it, sir.
All right, that concludes the issues on this ordinance. So, having gone through the ordinance, it's now up for the city council to vote or to consider the ordinance as a whole.
Since you're dropping that last section,
Yeah, there's one.
you need to amend then section 25001 to get out, to remove, and if authorized pursuant to that section, fair share contributions. Does that make sense?
Right.
Yeah.
So, you're referring to section 2-5001, branch 1, and you're leaving fair share contributions then to be on the bargaining rights?
Right, I would have it general leave and fair share contributions is how I would have that at the end of that paragraph.
Council understand, I was just cleaning up an earlier provision and to make it consistent.
Okay. Any challenges with council cleaning up that part?
At the end.
Okay. Seeing none? Yes, thank you.
No, we add it to negotiate.
Okay. Am I at a point for a motion?
Ready for a motion?
I'm ready for a motion. Mr. Marino.
Move to approve ordinance 1840 on first reading.
Mr. Bullock.
On that motion, can the motion maker move to make it with all the corrections and changes that have been made instead of just 1840?
Yeah.
That's
Mr. Gaylor, I would imagine that would be assumed, but.
That's a good clarification. I move to approve ordinance 1840 with the revisions discussed tonight.
Second.
Then Mr. Bullock seconds it. Open for discussion. Yeah. Your light is not on, but we heard that. Maybe you're all going to find this problem a surprise. If it'll stop the phone calls, I'll vote for it, you know? And I know, Mr. Lee, you have been a wonderful person, but if it weren't for the phone calls, I probably would have been more informed. I'm so tired of them. And if I vote no, they'll continue. And if I vote yes, I hope you will promise me that they will stop.
I'm not making them, but
I knew you weren't, sir, and that's why I'm saying it. But it's been a horror for me, sir. This has been the worst part of my 4 years ever. So, and I tried to be honest with you all the way in the beginning. So, I'm just going to have to see how I go with this. I have a motion and a second. Mr. Marino, Mr. Carson, is there discussion?
Quick comment.
Quick comment.
I know at some point tonight we were parsing words and going line by line, sentence by sentence, but we did actually have a policy debate, which I think is completely warranted for this body. You know, if any council member ideologically disagrees with this, you know, I encourage them to vote against it, because I mean, you have to do what you feel, and so that's all I'll say. It's just, you know, if you ideologically disagree, there's no shame in that.
Okay, thank you. That may help my decision. Mrs. Carson.
Well, actually, I was going to say the same thing Mr. Marino did, is that I know it seemed like it took a long time to get here, but I think this is an important document. I think it's a document that we want everyone in the city to know that we know what's in this document because we went through it line by line. I think it's very important for all of us, whichever way that you feel about this. But I think this council was very productive tonight at working together and working through some issues. So thank you.
Mr. Lee, I do want to thank you. You took a really hard subject and you kept it civil, and I appreciate that. You have no idea. I wish the world was as civilized as you are. I have a motion. I have a second. We've had discussion. You don't have to read all this, do you?
Read the title.
Oh, okay, just the title. If you would read the title, sir.
An ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code by adding Article 5 to Chapter 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code regarding collective bargaining for certain defined Commerce City employees. Now,
okay.
Question, does all the council know what we're voting on?
Yes. Does anybody have any questions about what parts we're voting on and what parts we're not? And everybody's okay. Had a motion, had a second. City Attorney's read the title. I need a roll call vote, please. Voting 7-2, the vote passes. Thank you very much. It's been exciting, and it's over. And now it's in your courts. So, good. We have one item left on the agenda. 10 o'clock. What's the time we're supposed to have? Mr. Gaylor? What time? What is our voting? There's some time that we have to say we're going to finish. Oh, at least about an hour, heck. Okay. I know it does already. The next item is report and recommendations regarding the city's noise ordinance and organized events permitting process. Mr. Flannery, if you would introduce staff who is going to give a report and recommendation to the city's noise and organized events permitting process. And again, this is a study session, am I not correct? Right. Which means we're not going to actually take an action tonight?
Correct.
Correct.
So this is a collaboration between our police department and our community development department. Mr. Chuck Baker, Commander Baker, I should say, and Mr. Brian Cabrera.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Some time ago, I believe it was back in the spring, City Council had asked us to bring forward some information to council about how the city regulates organized events. Related to that, we wanted to discuss with you some recent changes to the city's noise ordinance. So I'm going to begin by sharing some information about our organized events permitting process, and then Commander Baker is going to talk about the city's noise ordinance. An organized event permit is required for most activities that occur outside on non-residential properties in the city on a short-term basis, but have the potential to impact nearby properties. For a very long time, events of this type have been approved at the staff level. Many events include temporary liquor licenses, and the liquor license itself is handled separately through the liquor authority. Typical organized events can be processed include neighborhood parties, picnics, festivals, parades. So far this year, we have issued 38 organized event permits. Again, we issue many each year. Typically, it takes us about 2 weeks to process an organized event permit application. They're reviewed by several different departments here at the city, plus we also refer certain permits to other outside agencies such as the fire district and the Tri-County Health Department. The goal of the permitting process and the standards that are in the city's various codes is to mitigate potential negative impacts to surrounding properties while also allowing some reasonable use of individual properties. This is a listing of the criteria in the land development code that applies to organized event permits. So this is just to let you know that organized event permits aren't completely discretionary. There is a very lengthy list of criteria that guide staff review of applications to ensure that organized events, once permitted, will not negatively impact adjacent properties. There's also some, besides the specific criteria, city staff is given the discretion to add additional conditions to events, again, to make sure that the impacts are minimized. We took a look at how other Denver area communities regulate similar types of events, and it looks as if the way the Congress City handles them is fairly typical. Most organized event permits in other communities are also approved at the staff level. We didn't go as far away as California to find certain events referred to the City Council for final approval. If the City Council were to approve certain types of organized event permits, it would add a fair amount of time to the process. We would estimate 45 to 90 days, depending on whether or not those applications were first referred to the Planning Commission. Overall, given the number of permits the city issues year in and year out, I think the process works fairly well. There's adequate criteria in the ordinance to evaluate applications. It's not unusual for us to have to return an application to make corrections and ensure that it meets the standards in the land development code. The ordinance does provide discretion for city staff to go above and beyond the standards of the ordinance, again, to make sure that public health, safety, and welfare is maintained as part of fully and temporary events. Again, that's a little bit of information about organized event permits. I wanted to take a moment and share with you a recent change that was part of the municipal code rewrite that deals specifically with entertainment licenses. I've talked to some folks within the community that have concerns about businesses that utilize amplified music, so I wanted to share a little bit of information with you about entertainment licenses. In the municipal code moves away from the term cabaret license and instead utilizes the term entertainment licenses. Under the new municipal code, any business that utilizes amplified music as a common part of their business now requires an entertainment license. Previously, amplified music was tied to liquor licenses. If a business was using amplified music as a key part of their business but did not have a liquor license, there was no separate approval needed. A cabaret license was only required when amplified music was combined with a liquor license. The ordinance includes two types of entertainment licenses. A Class 2 entertainment license is for businesses that use amplified music but have a very secondary nature. It's not a key primary part of the business. Class 1 licenses are for businesses which use amplified music as a primary part of their business. Furthermore, we are working on a land development code amendment that would require that a Class 1 license, which is a business that uses amplified music as a prominent part of the business, if that's occurring within 2,000 feet of residential property, then the City Council would need to issue a conditional use permit. That's currently how a cabaret license is handled. If a business would like to have a cabaret license, which is amplified music combined with alcohol sales, and we're doing that within 2,000 feet of residential, the conditional use permit is needed. The revised ordinance requires that any business that uses amplified music as a key part of the business, and within 2,000 feet of residential, needs a conditional use permit, regardless of whether or not they are selling alcohol. And with that, I'll turn it over to Commander Baker.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I just wanted to give some information and perspective related to some statistics. This slide was prepared by our crime analyst, and it's from our IDIC system, which is our records management that we use in the police department. And it gives information back to 2007. The type of noise complaints, the way that we classify them is there's a dog, which is generally barking dog, loud music, loud parties, text message, that means that we receive phone messages related to loud noises, and then non-specified as anything other than those categories, which may include loud mufflers or other types of noise issues. And just as perspective, you can see over the years period of time, the total amount of calls that we receive related to noise are about 1.3% of our total calls for service. And the majority of those calls are from loud music and loud parties. One of the things, many of these calls that we get are anonymous. And previously, with the previous ordinance, enforcement was dependent on the willingness of the reporting party to sign a complaint, to come forward, be identified, willing to go to court and testify to the noise and how disruptive it was. However, generally, those noise complaints, those statistics that I showed previously, are handled through voluntary compliance. We get a call for service, we go to the loud party, we talk to the homeowner, and generally, we don't have to rely on enforcement. We get compliance through those contacts. The revised ordinance, which did go into effect August 1st, 2010, gives the officer discretion to determine if the noise is unreasonable. And the revisions to this noise ordinance worked with Karen Stevens, and they were based on best practices in the metro area, specifically Fort Collins, which, as you know, is a college town, and this ordinance is modeled after theirs. And Golden, it has a very comprehensive noise program, and it's called Silence is Golden. So our ordinance was modeled with those two ordinances in mind. The new ordinance does allow for several exemptions, which include the terms of the city permit that Mr. McBroom spoke about, zoning and variances. So this is the new ordinance that was passed, and the biggest piece of this is that it gives city agents are authorized to make prima facie determination that the noise is unreasonable. And what that does for us, anytime that we investigate any crime or submit any case for prosecution, it's the totality of the circumstances that we have to look at. And we have to ensure that the totality is legally sufficient to establish fact. And what this ordinance does for us, by following these factors, time of day, the size of the gathering, the number of persons contributing to the noise, the neighborhood or the area in which the noise is occurring, and then the presence of amplified music, that gives us those elements that are sufficient to establish reasonableness when it comes to noise. We're not bound by somebody coming forward and signing a complaint. The officer has all of these elements to determine if the noise is reasonable or not. And it's not limited to those specific ones that you can see by that last element, or any other factor tending to show a disruptive effect of the noise. So just some final thoughts about the new noise ordinance. It does give us more discretion to resolve problems, and it gives the officers specific guidance to determine if the noise is reasonable or unreasonable. One of the things that we do recommend when we have our review of special use permits is that we request that they require neighborhood notification. One of the things that we found about noise, if your neighbors know what to anticipate, traffic, large crowds, parking issues, generally they don't call and complain. When they don't know what's going on, if somebody just has a party, that's when we get calls for service related to noise, and that's one of the exceptions for one of the requirements that we put into the approval of special use permit.
And the other thought that staff has had is, and it's something we already do on a case-by-case basis, when an organized event is going to be using amplified music, music festival, some sort of outdoor concert, we do use our discretion in the permitting process to make sure that the source of the amplified music is oriented in such a way to minimize impact on adjacent neighborhoods. We have it located as far away from neighborhoods as possible. We have the sound system directed away from neighborhoods. But there certainly is more we could do to make that more explicit in the ordinance. I think there's enough discretion for us to do that, but that is one option, is to actually amend the ordinance to make it more explicit. So that concludes our presentation. Again, this information was brought forward after some concerns were raised about some organized events that were proposed earlier this year. I think two of the events in question never actually occurred, but raised some concerns about how we regulate events.
Mr. Marino.
I do have a couple of questions on this issue, just because out of all the calls I received, the vast majority are probably noise complaints. I noticed that, on the chart you had, the amount of complaints that you received pursuant to barking dogs has gone up. And I was just wondering what are the repercussions for that? What are the remedies for that citizens have?
We did pass a new ordinance in our ordinance related to barking dogs. One of the requirements that is included in that specific ordinance is that you have to have 2 independent complainants on a barking dog. The good thing about that ordinance is that the agent of the city, the police officer, the animal control agent, can be one of those complainants. And so if you have somebody that's willing to come forward that says this dog is barking, and the police officer, the animal control agent, witnesses that dog barking, then that satisfies that requirement of 2 independent witnesses that will come forward.
And is that so do they receive a citation from the police department in that case if it is found that the dog has been excessively barking?
Yes, that is an option that we have. Obviously, voluntary compliance is always in the best interest. And we also have a mediation program that we can refer neighbors to as an ongoing.
Part of my worry with this, and I don't know animals extremely well, but I think that when animals make noise like dogs barking, it tends to be because they're being neglected by their owner and not receiving the attention that they need. Do we have any reconciliation for if there is clear evidence that the pet has been neglected?
We have specific ordinances related to that, and the animal control agent themselves can make those observations and choose to either serve a summons or try to resolve.
Great, thank you. And then the other question I had was regarding already in place established entertainment venues like the American Legion or the Edelweiss. Are they required to go through the permitting process, or are they just able to host events?
That's a good question. Mr. Good, this question is the new requirement for entertainment licenses. Would that apply to existing businesses?
The requirement for getting a license would not apply, but the requirement to not disturb the neighborhood is there for any existing business or new business. So, and one thing, since I have the opportunity to mention this now, this ordinance, as opposed to the prior ordinance, allows a police officer or agent of the city to be the complaining party on those noise complaints, whereas the old ordinance required a citizen to sign a complaint, and oftentimes the citizen wanted to remain anonymous or not be involved with the court proceedings. So now the police officer or agent of the city can sign the citation.
And are there any provisions in our codes regarding, for example, unreasonably loud music from vehicles? as they're going through neighborhoods and that kind of thing. I mean, I know that's a lot, it's more difficult to track that down because it's not emanating from one established place, but that is a concern, you know, when you have people with very large base systems and all that, like coming through neighborhoods and disrupting residents.
There are cities that have specific ordinance related to vehicle stereos. But this ordinance is broad enough to cover that.
It is. Great. Thank you.
Mr. McElhaney? Thanks for the update, gentlemen. A couple questions. We've seen a couple informal events held at a park in the Reunion neighborhood this summer, and in each instance, and this was my misunderstanding, I was under the impression that those use of those facilities had to go through the Metro District for permission to use that park. And I'm talking in particular about Southland Park and Reunion, where you've got sort of pseudo stage that exists there. Every now and then tend to have groups that take advantage of that. We had a few instances this summer where the folks set up tents and PA systems and had quite a crowd. And the noise went on for hours. And what I found out from the woman who was taking over the Metro District is that they have no control over that. And so I guess my question is, are those park spaces effectively at the office of the city now? And therefore, could we look at putting signage in our parks? I don't know if we have signage in our other parks about events. It seems to me that it would make sense to have some sort of a sign present as you come into a park that very clearly states the need to reserve or the need to secure a permit for certain functions and sort of reinforce it so that there is no question that if somebody were to have an event without permission and someone were to call the police, then there would be an immediate ability to say your violation is clearly posted.
The original part of the question is, does the Metro District have authority over the use of those parks? I believe they do. Those parks are not public parks. They're not they don't belong to the city of Commerce City. As part of our organized event permitting process, we typically require permission from the property owner. Oftentimes, the person requesting the permit is not the owner of the property. So in that particular instance, I would think the permission would be required from the Metro District before they can issue a permit.
But remember, the noise issue is still there, whether it's on private property or city property.
It just got me thinking about the parks that are in place now throughout the community. Those we hope to see over time. Did we have clear outlines on how the permission process needs to work? So, thanks.
Yes, just a couple things. I'm very pleased to see that this new entertainment license has been put in place. I think it's been badly needed, and it's another, just a layer of protection for the residents who are impacted by these noises. And also, Mr. Baker, I also like these changes that have been made. It's up to the officers to find if it's reasonable or not reasonable, the noise levels. And there's been other people before, I know I've been through ride-alongs, and they've been afraid to even give their names or anything. They did not want to go through the process with this, so I think it's more stringent. I thank you for your presentation.
I just want to make it clarity that citizens aren't cut out of this process anymore. If there's a big organization that wants to have a festival or something like that, and it say it's at the Mile High Event Center or over at the dog track, there's going to be notice posted so citizens do get to put their input in, or at least have input in it before some big event like that has occurred.
That depends. If the event only requires an organized event permit, there is no public notification requirement, no public hearing per se. Most events that require an organized event permit, but the event that you mentioned, have also requested a special event liquor license, which does require posting of property and does involve the hearing of the liquor authority. As most events, but not every event includes a special event liquor license. It's just an organized event permit, and there is no public notification. That's correct. Transit Baker and the Police Department makes a good suggestion that for all organized events that have potential impact on adjoining neighborhood, perhaps there should be some public notification. In that notification process, residents will have a chance to ask questions become informed before the event occurs, which the police department's experience is better that tends to reduce the number of calls.
Because I would suggest that that would be something that maybe I know that it's administratively done, but some of these times they catch you off guard. You look up on a Saturday and there's a whole group of people having a big party and nobody knows anything about it until we're impacted by the noise. And so if the administration knows ahead of time, even if the people that are throwing the event don't want to notify the neighborhood, I think that the city should do it because I think it's going to stop a lot of, it may not stop any, but at least we'll know what's coming because you'll know who's going to be upset beforehand. Thank you.
Ms. Snyder.
Yes, I appreciate the presentation tonight, both of you. Thank you for that. The number one complaint that I get, which has been going on for years, is definitely the music. Someone's having a group of people in their backyard or whatever the deal is, a party or whatever, and the music is just blasting. And a lot of times the citizens are just afraid to, they don't want their name attached to it. So up to this point, it's always been that they weren't willing to sign a complaint, there couldn't be anything done. So then they would want me to make the complaint for them so that my name would be the one on the paper, not theirs, and yet something would get done. So then that often puts me into an awkward position because, it's just a position that, is awkward, obviously. So I think this is a good way to take care of that, clean that up. And I think that, especially some of the older citizens, they don't want to be intimidated by the, teenage group down the street that, is causing the trouble or throwing a party every weekend when mom and dad are gone or whatever. And so I can understand the fear factor there of not wanting to have to report your name or actually sign the complaint. One citizen called me and told me that the officer that responded to his call actually told him, well, let's walk across the street together and confront them. And he was like, I'm not going to do that. So, in that situation, what are you going to do? You made the call, they can hear the music, but, you're not going to want to walk across the street. You need to confront her because as soon as the officer pulls away, now you've got a problem with that neighbor. So, I think that's definitely something that's needed to be addressed and cleaned up. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
And then I did notice that you had neighborhood, notification, and I think that's got to be pushed. And I don't know how far out that goes. Is it just the guy next door? Is it the whole street? Is it somewhere? And I hate giving you all work. I was going to bring this up, sir.
We can take a look at that notice requirement back to the council if that's a wish of the council.
Yeah, I may just bring some of this stuff up with an administrator because it's really a bit in there. Living for a little further north, it seems like we don't have those challenges because there's enough rules and stuff. This is a challenge in the south. I don't think a week goes by that we don't get a call. And the challenge, and please, Commander, don't take this wrong, but the challenge that I get most of the time is I said, "Do you call the police?" Yeah, they came out, they said there's nothing they can do, and they leave. Whether that happens or not, but that's what we hear. And the challenge is they always say, well, if I won't sign the ticket, there's nothing they can do. And they said, the last thing I want to do is have my house TV'd or whatever, or worse. And it makes it really tough. And I think it's attitude. In the South, it's a little harder down there. You don't want to, there's a lot of new people moving in and out, and a lot of the people who are our seniors who are supposed to be taken care of have been here for a generation, and it's tough on them. And couple of things I'll probably bring up administrative that will maybe help with some of these. But I appreciate all the work you're doing on it, and Mr. Moreno.
Just to go along with the mayor's comments and Councilwoman Teeter, it's not so much that I hear that the police come and say they can't do anything. It's the problem is that the police are maybe a little too lenient and go to the person with the music and say, hey, can you turn it down? The problem is that when the police officer leaves, it goes right back up again. So that's the issue. So I think that's something that maybe if we could keep conscious of, I think it would help the better people.
Ms. Teeter?
Liz is having something for council business. I don't know if we're there yet or not.
No, we're still on this. Does anyone have any more questions for this particular topic? Mr. McIntyre?
Yeah, it's just something that we need to formalize our consensus on having Mr. Gaylor and the team look into notice required and bring that back. So
yeah, that was one of the things I was going to bring up with administrative. But yeah, that would be something good. Because this is just study. We're not actually taking any action. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We are now to administrative business. Remember, this is just things that you are looking, that council needs to take some type of action. It is not where you've been or reports. Mr. Bowman.
Yes. Yes, I'm not going to even get to that. That is going to be
Mr. Moreno's.
Mr. Marino's thing. One of the things, this caught me off guard on this city council memorandum we had about trees in the backyard. And it said during the city council retreat earlier, it was explored. And I don't even remember that ever. I'm sorry. It was, I don't remember us ever bringing up trees in the backyard. We did?
It was an action item submitted by one of the council members, yes.
Okay. I mean, it got by me, and I'm going to admit it that this is something that I guess if the council person that brought it up can give me, it's one of the things I would not want to try to bring forth. I wouldn't, because a backyard is a backyard, and trees in the backyard, and if somebody wants them, that's good. The front yard is what it's out there for the neighbors and the whole world to see. But I just want to bring that up, that I don't remember it, but if you can bring my memory back by whoever brought it, please do. Second thing, I should have remembered, I did remember outside, but we were already, the meeting was over. On the Sand Creek Regional Greenway, I am the citizen member. So I don't think I can be the citizen member and official council member too. So we're going to have to actually pick somebody else as official council member, because it's illegal for me to do that.
Okay.
Wear both hats.
Before you go any further, Board of Commissions is coming up in a week or two. Could we put it off at least that long?
Yes, because I still will be representing as a citizen member, and so anything that comes back that we need to know, I will bring forth.
Next week.
Yeah.
Appointing members to various boards and commissions.
About 2 weeks ago, I brought forward to the council about a bench for the Veterans Memorial, and council being on it, and it was JD's idea, but then I went over and I was looking at the display in the rec center on how the Veterans Memorial officially started, and how they were $15,000 in donated funds, and all the work was donated. They put up that Veterans Memorial, and Joe Riley was the driving force behind it. And this is, if you still want to go along with the bench, this council bench, make it in dedication of Joe Riley with all our names on it, because we wouldn't even have that first Veterans Memorial out there if it hadn't been for Joe Riley. But the thing I want everybody on council to do is go over to the rec center and look in the window there, and it tells the whole history of the Veterans Memorial. And when you read that and see the people that were involved, and how they did it and the money that they raised in little or no time, it'll make sense to you why I'm bringing this forth and saying that, because I know a lot of people say, well, Joe Riley's got a park. Well, yeah, Joe Riley's got a park, but we also have a Veterans Memorial, and we had it before Denver did. And you know, Denver says that they have the best Veterans Memorial in the state. They were number one, but they weren't. Our Veterans Memorial was in place long before Denver ever put theirs in. So we were number one as far as the Veterans Memorials in the state of Colorado. So, but please go over and look at the windows, and it'll make a lot of sense to you, and I think that you'll get on board behind the idea. But I do have my money whenever, if the council still is agreeable with that, because we need to get our money for the bench real quick, because November 9th is coming up quicker than you think.
Hey, we control it. That's all we can do is tell them, sir. I'm still behind it. I mentioned the council is too. Mr. Bullock, would you have any objection that it would say Joe Riley and all Commerce City members?
Yeah, yeah.
Not everybody's name.
No, but, you know, yeah, I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay, that's great. If you would come up, sir, if you would take charge of that, figure out what it's going to cost each of us, and
okay, $90 to $1,000.
About $100 a piece. And take it to your idea, we're going to let you pay twice.
How is it worded? Do you have an idea?
I will work with Tracy with that.
Good. Well, if you'll bring that back to us, but we'll look like it's going. Okay. Okay. Anything else, sir?
No.
Ms. Jeter, did you have something for administrative business?
Yes, and then I'm going to have Dominic continue with it. About 6 of us last Thursday night, we attended over at Derby a senior summit, and 2 of the ladies that were present there are also present here tonight. We found out a lot of things that were not going. Oh, excuse me, 2 more in the back. I didn't think of you as seniors, but since you want to be. But anyway, I promised them, along with others, that we would go forward with the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. And a little bit later, I'm going to have Dominic follow up with this then.
Mr. Marino, it seems like you're next anyway.
So I want to thank Sandy and Maxine and Guillermo and Joy and Jean for sticking with us tonight. This was something that kind of grew out of my Ward 1 meeting and all the specific senior concerns that were brought up at that meeting. So I decided that I would organize a senior summit with the help of Mr. Bullock, and it was a great meeting. No notification at all, and what was it, over, Mr. Bullock, over 45?
Over 45.
Over 45 people showed up with no notification at all. Just word of mouth. And I typed up some notes from the meeting and some of the major grievances that were discussed by the seniors. It was, I think, for a lot of people, there's always those people that like to say, well, seniors, they just complain. That's not what this was. You could tell that the people in that room were hurt and they were neglected. And so in front of you, you have notes from that meeting, some of the major concerns that they brought up. I think it was a real eye-opening experience for the people that were there, that maybe we're not treating our seniors as good as we should. So I think that's something that the council needs to consider. One of the great ideas brought up by Councilwoman Teeter was to create a senior advisory committee that directly reports to council, so we can make sure that we're taking care of our seniors and that they have a direct line of communication with this council, and so we know what's going on, and that it won't get to the point that it got, I think, that they demonstrated in this last meeting.
Could the council, or would the council agree to have Mr. Marino work with Mr. Flannery to figure out some way to work with the notes that you have? Would that be okay, rather than getting everybody involved in the beginning?
Can I
That'd be great.
Anybody have a Mr. Benson, you have a challenge with that?
No, I just, there's some other things that I can probably know about.
Yes, that'd be great. Then we have one person, Mr. Flannery, do you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's just, was that all you had, Mr. Moreno? Is that all you had, but is there anything else? Not reports.
I just, earlier we discussed the report we got back from staff about the one tree requirement on properties. That was something brought up by a council member. I'm not sure how wise it is to go that route with the disclosure house startups and that kind of thing. But I do think it's something that we should take a serious look at because, we want to make sure that we're building an environmentally sustainable community.
Would you please go look at some of the new houses that we're building and safely go walk in the backyard?
Well,
a tree better be a bush in order to get back to it.
Right, and the backyard issue is something to be concerned about because the backyard is more private. But there are things that I think that we can discuss doing about front yards. I don't know.
The front yard is already in. That's already part of it.
There's a requirement in the building code?
For a tree, yeah.
Okay. Well, just wanted to remind everyone that it was an item that didn't get much discussion, but we did bring it up.
Some of those backyards have a 5-foot patio and the fence. So, Mr. McIntyre?
I had two things. I want to thank Mr. Moreno for picking up and leading the discussion of close out Mr. Gaylor's review. That's something that went well, and I appreciate everyone putting that together. As discussed before, I was out for 2 weeks on business. We'll go ahead and republish the format, using the same format for the first half of 2010. Should will be republished tomorrow, so those will be available for you. Take a couple weeks. Let's check base and see how we're going. We'll look to get those on schedule in the month of November. And then when we sit otherwise, I'm actually out for the last week of October over vacation. So great. The other point, I guess I'll speak to it. I was going to talk to Mr. Bullock offline. So the tree requirement inquiry was actually not on that front of the list. I don't know how many of you have driven around and actually looked at backyards, especially when you look at backyards that face major roadways, or to Councilman Moreno's point, thinking about things in an environmental or sustainability perspective. A single tree placed in the right place at home can have a dramatic impact on energy use and the shade value of that tree. The problem is, if that tree's not planted early, over time, you lose the benefit. So the tree's only really beneficial if it's a primary tree. Part of the problem I've observed in living in a newer neighborhood is that a lot of folks, once they've purchased that new home, do the minimum to fill out their backyard requirement based on HOA requirements. Ultimately, that decision doesn't often include a tree. And so you see a neighborhood that's as little as 5 or 6 years old, and you have dramatic differences in the size of the trees in yards. Folks who have chosen to make that investment, and oftentimes it is an investment. The key with clean as a requirement is that the home builders already have a significant relationship with their landscape suppliers. The cost of the tree to a builder is negligible versus what it would be for homeowners to pay for a tree to have it delivered, to have it installed, etc. The thought here was to look at, are there other communities that have increased their landscaping requirements to look at a backyard tree, and whether or not that might be something that we want to consider. I had inquiries from citizens around the community talking about trying to do more from a tree planting perspective. We've had some folks who've inquired who live on the periphery of the Buffalo Run Golf Course and want to know if they can buy a tree to plant just outside of their property to help create a buffer. So there's a lot of interest in this, and that was really the intent, was to at least tease that discussion and see what might come of it. So with that, throw it back.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, Council, I wasn't invited to bring this up, but something that I noticed, and we have quite a few pictures they actually plan, it may not be as applicable here, but, they have the same types of drainage runoff ordinances that we do, where water runoff into impermeable surfaces. So one of the things they have fees and certain types of charges that are pretty sizable. So what that does is it encourages a lot of this type of thing. But it also, if you have an impermeable surface, then you're charged for it. So what they do is they plant turf and different types of low varying type plants on the roof. And so I have a dozen pictures or so of the roof with greenery on it, and it reduces their charges. So it's something that I actually texted from there to Mr. Edgar and said, you may want to look at something like that. And I know that it's hard on a tile roof, and there's certainly a lot of non-applicability to it, but there may be some other applicability that maybe encourages that design guideline.
Yeah, I'm referring to a whole other area of discussion, which is really green roof, living roof used on commercial structures. And it has a dramatic impact on reducing energy costs and also improving air quality. So, very favorable.
Okay, just got three things. I hate being last, but that's the way it is. I'd really like to see something from council. I'd really like to see some approval to do something on this noise so that there's more notification to the areas where the stuff is going on. Anybody on council have a challenge with that?
I think so, agree.
Okay. The second one is murals. We've come up with a mural in our south end of the city that is, let's say, in the eyes of the beholder. Can we get a report? I would like council to approve that we would get a short report on that. I've been told there's a 10% rule of the building. I've been told all different kinds of things. But if that was the house next to me, I'd be out there with spray paint every single night. But, and again, that's criminal mischief. I wind up in jail, and I know that. But I'm getting so many complaints from down in that area that I really want to know what the law is. Because people are calling me, telling me, no, this is the law. And, well, if that's the law, then if that's, well, and if we don't have a law, then that's what we need.
Where are you discussing? What do you, I mean, I know that there's a... Huh?
The ex-mayor's house.
Oh, okay.
Is he going to be quiet?
No, but I heard that he was doing it, but I
The whole
heard
front of his house.
he got a permit to do it.
Well, and that's what I want to hear. I want to know that everything's okay, so.
Mr. Mayor and Council, would you actually want a presentation on the legal type requirements or a memo like the tree memo? I mean, either way, we will do it.
Can we do just a short one presentation because
Sure.
It's not just us. Yeah, we're getting a lot of complaints on it. The last one is liquor board postings. Can we include all the items that are on the agenda liquor board postings? What I have heard, and I don't know this to be true because I don't know it myself, is that sometimes when a bar is coming up for some type of penalty, that will not be included in the posting. Not that it would be made a public hearing, but the citizens would like to know that Joe's Bar and Grill is coming up on a penalty because of whatever information you can do. But then it's more, and again, if the council would approve this, just to make it a little broader as to what is actually on the agenda. Yeah.
The issue becomes whether or not it's adequate for hosting of the meeting, which we do.
Yes.
As opposed to sending out notices to neighbors.
Oh, no. What you put out here on that little board, it would say, this is what's coming up. Joe's Bar and Grill is up for, I don't know.
It was my understanding from conversations after the last liquor authority meeting that what the citizens that brought this up, their concern is that they want the property posted, the liquor establishment posted for Joe Cost here.
Oh, so I misunderstood what they said. I thought they wanted it on the agenda rather than, they want to stick it in the ground. Is that what they're looking for?
whether it's in the ground, on the window. They want the citizens that spoke to my deputy city clerk and to Assistant City Attorney Karen Stevens was regarding the property itself being.
Can I see a challenge, Mr. Cameron?
The posting would not be a problem. The issue is on, we're talking about a show cause hearing, and that is the question of whether or not there was a violation that occurred on the premises. So what the neighbors saw or want is really irrelevant. The evidence has to do with whether or not a violation occurred. So if a neighbor says, I don't like that establishment, it's not like an application for a new license. We're talking about whether or not a violation occurred on a certain date, certain time at that location. And see, so that's why.
That's over and above. If we can just get it posted on, well, I don't know if that's the only place we post, but just on that. I'm not looking
to the
post
agenda.
stick to the ground.
All show cause items that are going before city council are posted on the agenda. The agenda is posted in the main atrium, and we now also post it on our civic website, just like the city council agenda, which is something that we have not done in the past, which is now done.
And that includes cases going before the liquor license.
Yeah, okay. I just understood
That
what they
includes
wanted.
every item that goes in front of the
Did you have another item? No, that'd be recorded. Yeah, I get it. What the heck is doing that?
Sorry, one more item, real quick, I have something.
No, you're right.
Adams City High School had their homecoming this last weekend, and in the past, the city council's been invited to participate in that. Last year, we were invited and then mysteriously uninvited at the last minute. Not sure what happened there. Not sure I want to know what happened there. But this year, we were not invited at all. So I was at my daughter's house on Saturday morning and happened to see the parade roll by and was quite disappointed to think that we weren't invited or included in that. And we certainly wholeheartedly support School District 14. I mean, I could list 20 things right now that off the top of my head. You know, the donation of the land, the walking and talking and, you know, doing the neighborhood walks to get the bonds passed for the high school. We support them through the Quality Community Grant Foundation. We've, you know, helped replace weight room equipment when it was damaged or stolen or defaced when they had that problem. We buy tables, whole tables at the 14er Fest and go there and support them. I mean, there's just a ton of things that we do for School District 14. So I was really confused, and I sent Minette a message to see if she could find out why we were uninvited or not invited or what the situation was. And I would ask Councilman Denson if he would just mind making a brief statement about some information that he found out that he relayed to me today about the situation as he understands it. Councilman Denson, would you mind elaborating?
Well, I was talking to a member of the school board and said he brought it up. And the statement that was made was that, well, this is a school matter and not a city matter. Okay.
That being said, I'm just really, I guess, hurt by that because I think that we've been very good partners with the school district, and if that in fact is the case, that statement was made, I would really like to know why they feel that way, and I would like to have, formally request the city manager's office to check into that and see what the situation is there. Thanks.
Yes, Council, how many challenges? Let's go to reports. Mr. Reno, you can say nothing.
You would like that, wouldn't you?
I would.
I had an interview with Adams 14 School District actually today. They're profiling alumni that have chosen to give back and serve the community. Chief Baca was the first interview, I guess, in their segment. That's good because he's a lot more important than I am. So if you didn't get a chance, open up the neighborhood news and you'll see Chief Baca there. And I actually personally didn't know that you were a graduate of Adams 14. Well, you spent time in Adams 14 school, so that's great to learn about you. This Thursday, I will be out of town. I'll be in D.C. To be at the Vice President's residence to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. So just want to let council know that. Mr. Cerna, I will not be coming back with China because I'd like to keep a clean record. So I won't be, I'm sorry, stealing any China for you. But it will be a good time, and I'll bring back a lot of pictures.
Mr. Benson?
Yes, thank you. Well, last week, of course, I also attended the senior summit, and I think we talked about that, and I think that Mr. Moreno, in preparing this summary, did a pretty good job. I'll be sending you an email with some input for that. On Wednesday the 6th, I had gotten a request from Comcast to go down to their studio to do an interview, and fortunately I was able to talk to Brittany Morris right before that. It was a little 5-minute interview just to talk to them about what's going on in Commerce City. It'll probably air sometime on Channel 8 in November. It's the first time I've ever been sprayed with makeup. And it's sort of to fill in the cracks, so to speak. Anyway, that was a unique experience. And that evening, to cover for Mr. McEldowney, went to the MetroVision Issues Committee of Dr. Cobb. And as I think I talked about this before, there's a proposal that water usage by the year 2035 be increased per capita by 13.8%. And this has had a real problem. In fact, the vote on this was 9-9, that it'd be 13.8%. And a lot of people, including myself, we didn't want a specific percentage because the amount of water available can go up in the next 25 years. So that's something that has not gotten out of hand yet, Jason. So I don't know if it's ever going to get out with that specific. But it was 9-9, so it's that close. Also, I went to the opening of the Second Creek Trail on Saturday. I think that's going to be out of Florida riding my bike on that. And on Sunday, Mr. Bullock and I participated in that Buffalo Run 5K. I think I came in 67th out of 110. And I looked on there and it looked like everybody that came in behind me was under 8 years old, except for Mr. Bullock.
Oh, yeah, to say that.
What do you want? That was
I ran with the 8-year-old.
Okay. And then today, I had lunch with Mr. McBroom and Mr. Aker and Sean Ford and some clients of his who are Indians from the country of India about a project that they have out around east of 120th Tower. They're building a temple there of the Sikh, S-I-K-H religion. They're from the northern area of India, just they share a border with Pakistan. Pakistan is mainly Muslim. These people are not. They're Sikhs, and it's a very different religion from Islam. But anyway, they have some plans for that area. It's going to be a facility that's going to be open for 24 hours a day. People that are traveling through the country can stop there and stay overnight. Anybody that wants something to eat can come in there 24 hours a day and get something to eat. And but anyway, there was a discussion had between Mr. Aker, Mr. McBroom, and these gentlemen, and I think that they're going to look into it and see if they want to bring something back to the council. This is going to be advantageous to the city to look into a possible annexation if that's advantageous to the city. So I was just wanted to report that, and I think our staff is involved, and I'll look forward to hearing what you come up with. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. We have 3 minutes.
Quick.
Okay.
I'd like to start by welcoming Jerry back. Hope you had a great trip. And once again, thanking Annette Nealon for doing such a good job in your absence. I also attended the senior summit and wanted to tell the seniors that it was wonderful hearing from you, and I will guarantee you that everybody's setting up here is very committed to the issues that arose out of that meeting. And also attended the grand opening with the mayor and Councilman Benson for the Second Creek Trail. It was nice to see Benson there. He came sporting a short there. That's an inside joke. And the last thing I wanted to say is I wanted to wish Councilman Marino well on his trip to DC. Once again, I'll tell you how proud I am of you and how proud I know the rest of the city of council is of you, and that you will represent us well and enjoy. And please don't be feeling
Mr. Taylor and Mr. Federer, I have not forgotten you again, but I'm just happy in my regular stuff. Ms. Snyder.
Yes, just briefly I will touch on that I also attended the CDC meeting, and not to be redundant, but there are some serious issues going on, and I am wholeheartedly 150% behind our seniors, and they came with some very valid points and some really great insight as to what's happening, and I think that we need to definitely sit down and figure out how that's going to look, what we're going to do to move forward, and come back to them with a plan quickly as to how we're going to address those issues. Welcome back, City Manager Flannery. Great to have you back. I can't wait to hear. I'm sure you're going to be giving us a presentation at some point about what you saw and learned and all those things. Not tonight. And yes, Ms. Matt did a wonderful job as always. So thank you for that. And just returned from San Jose for the Public Safety Crime Prevention Steering Committee meeting, and it was the longest so far, and very long, draining days, a lot of ground that we covered, a lot of discussion about everything from, there's just a lot of issues, terrorism, domestic abuse, immigration reform, just everything that you could think of that could remotely involve public safety and crime prevention. And so it was a pretty long and involved day, several days of work, and I'm privileged to have the opportunity to work on that committee, and the things that I learned, the discussions that I am a part of, and getting to have insight from others around the country and how they're dealing with issues. It's just a very really interesting and hardworking committee. And so I will be making a presentation to council, not tonight, sometime in the near future with the specifics on that. But I do want to thank the city for the opportunity to go, and just to let you know I will be coming forward at some point with a presentation on that. Thanks.
Yes, I also attended the senior summit, and just like I don't want to be redundant, so we know we have work ahead of us, and it's going to, I don't think it's going to be hard. I think it's something that we as a council can get behind and really help our seniors 100%. Also, yesterday I was in the run, but I walked most of the way, and I still was only a minute when I just did this. But what I really want to say, and I really want to emphasize the fact that Jerry was gone for 3 weeks, and the next stepped into his shoes, and she was wearing his shoes. You actually noticed that. And she did a fantastic job. I mean, we didn't miss a beat. You look out there and you forget to call her for her reports, and she just didn't smile at us and everything. But on the scale of 1 to 10, Nanette did an 11. And I want to thank you for the job we did while in Jerry's absence. And as a council, my first time, I'm thinking, okay, how's this going to work? I'll never worry about that again, because it's going to work perfectly, because you can handle the job perfectly. Thank you so much for the job you did in his absence. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I've been out for 2 weeks on business travel, so I don't have much of a report. I did bring back a nice cold. We just traveled with me from London a couple weeks ago. And as a result, unfortunately, was sound asleep on night flow at the time of the trail opening, which I was so looking forward to. So I regret that I wasn't able to make that.
Peter.
I'll be quick. I attended the liquor authority meeting and also the senior summit, and we are listening and changes are coming. And I want to take this time to really thank Chief Baca, Mr. Baker, Ms. Bryant, Craig, Deputy City Managers. That I know we have long, lengthy, sometimes boring meetings, but I really appreciate you staying here. I just wanted to let you know. And you did a fantastic job in that. Thanks.
Mr. Flannery. Sorry, I was back to my normal.
Well, I gotta say that some of you stole my thunder, but I want to add to not only the comments the council made. I think it's a great team that we have here, and I want to thank them all for what they've done. But your comments are just reaffirming of the team that's been put together here, and I had no question that my time away I wouldn't have to worry because they are a very competent group, and I very much appreciate them. And Annette certainly is at the top of my list, and Mr. Baker and the staff, department heads. Very quickly, article in today's business section of the Post on Derby. What's going on in Derby? It showed a picture of the intersection. Sprucing up, I think, is what the title of the article was. If you haven't seen it, I encourage you to look at it. It's very good, positive coverage of the project that we're doing there. Pro Park, as you may know it, Canopy Airport Parking is having a job fair tomorrow at the Embassy Suites Hotel at DIA from 10 to 2. And one of the requirements for our agreement with them is that they give preference to local workforce. So if you're seeing this and you're up this late, or if you're watching it somehow tomorrow morning, I don't know if it's broadcast tomorrow morning or not, but in any event, encourage citizens to show up and hopefully get some preferential treatment for the jobs over there. And it's looking great. 3 weeks gone, and I can't believe the progress that's been going on. Solar panels, fantastic. So, thank you.
Mr. Gaylor.
Two things. Express appreciation to the council for the time and effort you spent regarding my evaluation last week. Appreciated that. Secondly, I think the council deserves a lot of credit. We worked through a very difficult subject on this collective bargaining ordinance tonight, and I think we came out with a good conclusion to get the job done, and it's going forward to second reading, and I think you deserve credit for the way that was handled.
Just got a couple of things. Health and wellness, I was at early childhood mayor's breakfast. Jason Chamber, which was always good, was at the opening for the Greenway. But really the most important thing I've done all week is to Don Resco, who is the state international guy, and Tom Clark from Metro EDC on a tour of Rentec with Ms. Morris. It's phenomenal. It's good getting our people out there. They love using our companies. So as far as the calendar, there's only really two big things on there. October 15th is Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge, commemorating the conclusion of the cleanup. And then on October 22nd, the Developmental Council Breakfast is going to be here. So we want as many people as can show up. Mr. Floyd, did you have something else?
Yes. Saturday the 16th is the Refuge Roundup out at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal from 9:30 to about 2 o'clock. And in conjunction with the RMA celebration of the cleanup conclusion, I think this is going to be one of the best Refuge Roundups that is happening. I'm going to try and miss part of work to get there, and Friday. I may not have a job next week when I show up, but
there you go. Okay, there be no further business. Drive safe, everybody go home, meeting's over.
Nothing's wrong with your shirts.
I am.
Yeah, what you got?
Come on, right here.
On the 21st?
I know, and what's wrong with that? This guy is coming down the trailer out there. Oh, he's down here. Oh, he's just putting the dirt
I do, yeah. I'll double check it tomorrow.
No, those are not.
Well, yeah, well, do you want me to write it up? Yeah.
I can help with that.
Yes, please, yes, I do, yes. I was definitely, fine here.
No city.